And it is an absolute delight to be here with you this morning. I've got some excellent news. My new tripod phone holder arrived in the mail yesterday. So I threw out my broken one that was barely still working. I replaced it with this one, which seems a little bit less fragile than the kind I got last time. Well, Conman, good morning to you as well. And I've got some good news for you. I'm going to fulfill your hope with validation of the fact that yes, I did sleep well. I slept quite well, in fact. I slept. I went to bed no later than 9. I got up at like 5:30 briefly, and then I went back to bed till like 7:30. So I got like a full 10 hours of sleep. It was excellent. Thank you for asking. But that doesn't mean all is calm and easy in YouTube land. Because as the title indicates of this video, I've got YouTube beef on the griddle with a little someone named Mike Hart, who does not seem to be getting the message that, it's a very simple message, right? Oh yeah, I definitely needed a good sleep. I was on a run, It's like, get a new bottle of Adderall, you go on a run for a bit. I got it last Friday. Today's Thursday, so I've had it like 6 days, but Tuesday night was the first night that I had that I didn't get any sleep that night, but I made up for it last night pretty well. You were hoping I'd have meat grilling? Well, no, just YouTube beef. Mike Hart. What are you thinking? It's like, first of all, let me just say this. I have a hypothesis driven by a strong intuitive sense this is correct. I have no evidence of it, no way of proving it, whatever, but I feel quite confident, nevertheless, that the person, hi Lou, hi Boba Fett, that the person who's been coming in saying like, old man, I think that's Mike Hart. I think it is. I intuit that it is. Not that bothers me or anything. I just think, well, intuition without proof is fine, man. As long as you begin with that clarifier, right? Note, the following claim I'm going to make, I cannot substantiate. I cannot prove. This is just my intuition. That's fine. You've given plenty of caveats then, right? You don't need to worry about making unsubstantiatable claims because you aren't making a claim that you're saying I can substantiate. You're explicitly saying I can't substantiate this claim. And that's called being responsible. You were out stargazing last night? It was huge, drowning out the galaxies. Also, you've been in a mood. Well, we all get in moods sometimes. So regardless, that's my intuition regarding that individual. And part of the reason why I'm intuiting that is that he seems to be under the impression that when I have beef with somebody or whatever, that I send people to his channel, right? to harass him or bother him. Obviously, I do no such thing. I don't even leave any comments on his shit. That's why I have a YouTube channel, right? So that whatever comments I have, I can make here. Good morning, Rachel, darling. I went to get cigarettes this morning. I left you a note, but when I got back, you weren't. I threw the note away, so. And while I was out getting cigarettes, what did I get? Coffee from Boot Jack. I gotta say, the Boot Jack coffee, I don't know what they do there, but it's spectacular. If I had suspected you'd be up around this time, I would have gotten you a cup too. Eliana, hello. It is so good to see you. So, coffee tastes bad to me, but it's still useful. Well, there's a big range of flavors within cups of coffee, you know. I'm neither a Democrat nor a Republican. I'm a correctist. Instead of aligning with generalities or parties, I'm just correct about every specific political question. You are 14 years old. Well, congratulations. You made it past 13. You're into your teen years now. It's just another decade or so till you're a young adult with a fairly fully developed frontal lobe, and everything should be fine from that point forward. Yes, you indicated that already. So, needless to say, YouTube has figured out somehow that if they show a Mike Hart community post on my phone feed, that I will read it. I guess I should never push read more. I never leave any comments, never like or thumbs it at all, but I get this continuous putting in front of me of Mike Hart's community posts. I'm 52. I'm 52 and feeling pretty damn fresh, young, and vibrant right now, you know. I had a long 2 years before this January. The 2 years prior to this January were a couple of very disruptive and sometimes challenging years for me. We should stress that Eliana, no, they're not age restricted. Eliana's not 14. Eliana's probably Mike Hart. Maybe if I go inside, I can unhide them. I don't know. I'll check. Oh, Rachel was able to do it. Anyway, Eliana's probably Mike Hart. Is my intuitive guess. You know, at 13,973 days, benevolence Pacificorum is pushing up on 40. The time is 12:20 p.m. Maybe wherever you are. It's not 12:20 p.m. where I am. Well, I don't think, of course, it's legal to chat online with a minor. As a debate coach, I've had myriad video conferences with students of all different ages. We've got, I'm quite confident, more than one person around here who's under 18. I treat everybody the same, you know. It's like I don't I don't ask you how old you are or somewhere off the east coast of America, like on an island between America and Europe. So anyway, let's smoke a cigarette. Let's go back in and let's visit. Apparently, my new favorite place to visit, Mike Hart, Benevolent Pacificorum. No, it's not racist at all. It came from China. You live in Australia, huh? Well, I want to tell you right now, Eliana, I reject the notion that Australia is a continent. I think it's a big island. So, if that's a deal breaker for you, I understand. Okay, so let's go read this community post that Mike Hart put up. Because it's very clear to me that not just one of his community posts is directed at me. Mike Hart put 16 hours ago. Due to the law of averages, you will encounter just as many mean and nasty people as you will kind and positive people. Focus on the latter. Mike Hart, could you please follow your own advice? I have engaged with you sufficiently often to know that you do not qualify as a kind and positive person, okay? Now, I might not be kind and positive all the time, but I'm committed to being open, honest, and, growing as a person such that I'm less rhetorically aggressive than I used to be, hopefully. But I am who I am too. And if you wanted to accuse me of being mean and nasty, not saying that you are accusing me of that in that post. I don't think that necessarily directed towards me, but it might be. Who knows? I do think this one's directed towards me. It's hard to say for sure. Again, best signs of a person who will go nowhere in life and never succeed: gossip, bullying, hatred of other people, wanting others to fail, or trying to sabotage them. Successful people focus on their own lives, not on other people's. All these people are doing by their weak behaviors is guaranteeing a shit life. The law of attraction exists. Shit attracts shit. I would say the following thing about this post: that if he wants to put a post up like this, and he has someone specific in mind, to name that person. If he doesn't have someone specific in mind, then what's he posting up there? It's true that bullying and wanting others to fail and hatred of other people and spite doesn't produce a happy life on balance. I'm not sure if it guarantees a shit life. The law of attraction exists in some sense. Like, what are you attracting with these vague posts full of critique of the differences of other people without any specificity, right? What are you attracting? Well, one thing that you're attracting is my correcting you. Like, there was a post that he put up that he's since has taken down, I guess, that said something like, oh, that talked about somebody from a bigger channel um, sending people to bother him at his channel. He must have taken that one down because maybe in response to me pointing out in the previous live stream, I don't know, that obviously I don't send people to any channel. Like if I were to tell you people here, go to Mia channel and bother them, who in the world would possibly obey me? And in what way, shape, or form would anybody conclude that that's my MO? I don't even leave comments on anybody's channels. I don't email people. I don't DM them. I certainly don't go around and find people I don't like and have a call to action to my community to go bother them. I'm busy doing what I do over here, And what I do over here sometimes is call out Mike Hart, That doesn't mean I'm a mean and nasty person who has zero chance of a happy life and guaranteed a shit life or whatever. It means if your bullshit lands in my eye, I will complain about it. Yeah. I don't give commands around here. I don't know if you guys have noticed or not, but I'm not a person who tells you what to do. I tell you you're wrong, maybe. I tell you you've offended me with disagreeing with my correctly articulated positions, maybe. But I don't tell you what to do. Have I ever been bitten by a police dog? Great question, Eliana. And the answer is no. I've never been bitten by a police dog. But I have been pushed off a curb by the butt of a police beanbag rifle. And I got $5,000 from the city of Pomona as compensation for the wrong done to me. Because why did he push me off the curb? He wanted to silence me because I was telling the cops to stop tasing that guy. Well, I'm giving him meat, Fly Guy. I'm giving them the YouTube beef that they came here for. I'm explaining why Mike Hart needs to get his head out of his ass, right? If he's going to be talking shit about me on his community tab, at least name me. It's like when I talk shit about him, I call him out by name and include an open standing invitation that he's welcome to come engage with me in a video conference. Yes, I have been arrested for possession of marijuana and marijuana paraphernalia in the state of Oklahoma. Now, I didn't see the inside of a jail cell because I pled no contest, paid the fine, and got the fuck out of Oklahoma. But yes, I have been arrested. I was put in the back of the police SUV and driven in handcuffs to the police station. So I guess I have a criminal record, so to speak. It's like no, probably it's dropped off my record by now because it's just misdemeanor marijuana possession. Why did I do that? I didn't do anything. The cops did something, right? They pulled me over and arrested me. It's not like I committed a crime, right? I just had something they say I shouldn't have. Did I get hurt? No. It was fine. It's not like they beat me up. They just arrested me. Sure. I'll listen to a song and I will tell you not only what I think about it, but its actual status, how good it is. All right, I'll check it out. Well, some people hurt police and police hurt some people. Neither of those things occurred when I was arrested. Um, because I'm not at any point trying to engage with the law except via the law, you know. I believe I can win the argument if I'm right. In that instance, I didn't want to win the argument. I just wanted the fuck out of Oklahoma. All right, now what am I doing? Right, I'm listening to that song. What about the difference police, the multiplication police, and the division police? Excellent questions, but in Evelyn Pacificorum, I have two cats, as a matter of fact, Eliana. Only one of them will you hear regularly. This damn cat cannot stop meowing. Okay, this is the most meowiest cat in the history of the world. But my other cat rarely meows. Starts at 33 seconds, huh? All right. Now, according to Show Media, this had a bit of a Johnny vibe to it. Okay, we'll see. We shall see. Okay, I'll tell you what about this song. So it's not a good song very much, but it does have quite excellent lyrics, and I can see why I can see that the comparison to Johnny links to the lyrics, right? So it's not a bad song. It's not offensive. Like, I'm not gonna, if it comes on in the background or something, I'm not gonna partway through go, oh my God, what is this awful thing, and turn it off, right? It's pleasant. It's not unpleasant. As a composition, it doesn't do much musically, right? But its lyrics are great. I agree with you. The lyrics are great. And that's not nothing. It's not sufficient to make me listen to a song, but it's nevertheless an accomplishment. I've never heard of that band before. No. Yeah, I know my cat's meowing because my cat wants me to watch him eat all the time. It's like, according to my cat, he can't eat if I'm not watching him. It's ridiculous. Let's see what benevolence pacificorum is referring to here. What about the difference police, the multiplication police, and the division police? Yeah, I'm listening with headphones so that doesn't happen. I guess that works out. I just know it's often a tactic used at rallies by some to cut the feeds of those they dislike. Oh, you mean to put copyrighted music? No, I don't think music is a logical exercise at all. Absolutely not. Definitely not. Music is an intuitive process, right? And for people with conscious NI, they're able to sort of intuit directly, like say a complete melody when they're writing a song or something. And then they just have to figure out how to manifest that. For me, it's much more the long way around when I'm writing stuff. Um, I have to try a lot of different things, but my NI is good enough that I can hear the right one, right? So if you listen to any of my music, come man, you can tell definitely I don't treat music as a logical exercise at all. People who treat music with their thinking typically are TE users. And I mean, Ian's piece can make plenty of musical mistakes because they're so wordy, right? Music is not about words, although words can be critically important in the sense that if you have the wrong lyrics, it can cause the thing to holistically fail. But the reason we can know that I treat music from an intuitive perspective is that the stuff I'm trying to make stuff that's hooky, complete, fully realized. Yeah, sure. Find a track. That's fine. You want me to make you a moderator so you can post a link? Um, I only like the songs that I write that slap on an NI level. Like the song that I've been really enjoying singing and stuff that I made, the part of 100,000 million years ago, the hook part of it really is so intuitively satisfying. And I have no idea how I made that, right? Like, the slope presents a fork. It's not easy stopping short. Too far along to turn around. To turn around. It's incredibly complete and resonant as a melodic idea. That's why it gives me goose pimples. I hate shit that tries to deconstruct as a strategy for creating. You can't do that. It doesn't work. Let me listen to this other one that's very simple. I mean, the thing is, simple's fine. There's nothing wrong with simple. You don't want things that are complicated. But in order to be successful, it's got to be both timeless and brand new. It's incredibly tricky thing to watch, to walk, incredibly tricky line to walk. All right, let me listen to Cone Man's song first. Show me the it. God damn it. All right, here we go. Mahler's Symphony Number 5 in C sharp minor. Well, I mean, this isn't really a song, it's classical music. It gets kind of evaluated on a different metric. Like if this were a song, Cone Man, I'd say, okay, you're already taking too long to get started. As a piece of classical music, I recognize that it's going to require more patience and a more extensive kind of I have to evaluate it in the context of classical music. It's quite possible that Symphony Number 5 in C sharp minor is great, or maybe not, but I don't really have the patience to listen to classical music at the moment. I'm a lot more down to evaluate written songs like, of the 3 to 4 minute length variety than I am to evaluate classical music. Sure, there's plenty of horrible classical music that I'll tell you is horrible. That didn't sound like it was horrible. It's not like contemporary atonal bullshit, Well, one thing I'll tell you is I really like the distortion tone on, I guess it's the bass. Yeah, the problem with this is this is really a track more than it is a song. It's good, right? It's maybe even very good. The problem is that there are endless very good things, and none of them are really worth listening to because we are blessed to live in a world where we have access to endless amounts of music. So we can choose to listen to only great things, only transcendent things. So, show media, that song you linked there is very good. And it's a really well put together track in terms of the sounds in the song. It's got a nice kind of like melodically pleasing thing going on, but it's just going back and forth between two chords the whole time, and it doesn't. It's not both timeless and new. And that's the almost impossible spot you got to hit, right? It's got to be both archetypally familiar, like you go, I almost feel like I've heard this song before, but it's also got to be surprising and new. Hey, that reminds me, today's the 25th. That means today, Prof will announce the winners of his contest. I entered it. I'm very highly certain I'm not going to be chosen. But there's a small possibility that I could get chosen. And wouldn't that be fun? Let's go to his channel, Prof's channel. Let's see if he's announced the winners yet. It's pretty early, so probably not, but maybe he has. Let's see. Winners will be announced on 125. That's today, but I don't see any announcement yet. So, understandably, he probably hasn't made the announcement because it's only 8:47. Even if he lives on the East Coast, it's only noon. So, good morning and good morning. It's great to stay up late. Good morning and good morning to you. I didn't stay up late last night, and I'm glad I didn't. I got a much needed full night of sleep. Right. And that doesn't mean that he doesn't deserve credit for having good aesthetics in terms of his production, his tones, good aesthetics in terms of his lyrics. He's just not quite there as a songwriter. And that just makes him, better than 99.9% of the people, but still not quite there. All right, let's listen to Dark Clouds by Space. No. No. Definitely not. That's terrible. That's a band that's trying to avoid writing melodies and just get by on sort of general aesthetic. It's terrible. Sorry. That's what I think about it. I mean, that's the correct position on it. It's not just what I think about it. Hello, darkness, my old friend. Last night, actually this morning when I first got up at like 5 a.m. or 5:15 or something, the full moon was still out and hazily shining through this fog, and it was absolutely gorgeous outside. I was like, oh my God, what? Well, when I first walked outside, I'm like, where is that light coming from? I could see like the shadow, the silhouette of my house reflected on the driveway here. Is there some like light behind my house? And I walked out on the driveway and looked, and it was the full moon, still up at 5 in the morning. The thing is, I totally respect people's right, privilege, and inclination to listen to whatever they enjoy, right? People should do that. But just as in everything else in life, there are certain personality types that are best suited to maximally succeed. My personality type is not best suited to maximally succeed at being correct about music. But I I came to understand music by talking a lot and better understanding the aesthetics of music with an INFJ, Corey, who is INFJs are the type that are best suited typologically to be correct about music. That doesn't mean that every INFJ is going to have good taste in music. It just means that it's in their typological wheelhouse. It's close to my typological wheelhouse, and that means I was able to do enough sort of understanding work to get past my tendency to deconstruct and embrace holistic aesthetics as a means of, as the only means to make anything worth making musically. Now, I am typologically very well suited to make various examples of different media, different mediums of art, but um, I'm especially mostly typologically well suited for writing, like prose, poetry, not necessarily for music. Music is kind of a secondary level talent for me, which is to say, I've always been very musically inclined, musically talented. I was singing all around everywhere for since birth, basically. Like I saw this comment in my middle school yearbook that said, "Why did you join orchestra? You should have joined chorus. You sing all the time." So, um, I was obsessed with music as a kid. I was obsessed with the Winnie the Pooh album when I was very little. I listened to the Tigger song over and over again. I loved it so much. And my dad was an audiophile with terrible taste in music, but he had a shit ton of records. I went through that. I found a few good records that he had, like the Beatles records and Gershwin and other things that were worth listening to. I just listen to them when I get home from school, eating ice cream and just getting goosebumps. Music is the most transcendent, most significant, the only truly timeless art, and therefore the most important art, the one that matters most. But, I don't claim to be anything like a musical genius or anything, because for every successful composition I create, there are dozens of failures and dozens of things that I start on and don't go anywhere. That's not genius, that's hard work. Now, when it comes to like word stuff, like poetry, well, when it comes to poetry, I truly am a genius. Unfortunately, it's a medium that nobody cares at all about. My prose, I mean, I don't know if you can be a genius in nonfiction, right? You can just be mistake free. That's all. Philosophy, nonfiction, analysis. You can't be a genius, really. Like Tesla was a genius, but it wasn't because he had a lot of deliberative analysis. That was intuition. Einstein was a genius, but it was in in accordance with his deliberative nature, but the responsible component was the intuition. Kant really wasn't much of a genius, because he was exercising pure deliberation, and genius requires more intuition than that. Heard of Ultravox? Nope, I haven't. So today we've got some things on the schedule. One thing that I definitely have to be on time for today, since I had the time wrong in my head on Tuesday or Monday. I have a doctor's appointment at 1:30, a makeup doctor's appointment, because my last one was supposed to be at 1:45, but for some reason I thought it was at 2. And I gotta say, that kind of freaked me out, because I have this ongoing worry that I might get Alzheimer's disease because my mom got it, and I saw how horrible it is. Well, Kun Man, you definitely have a good handle, I'm sure, on what music you like, and you should listen to whatever you like to listen to. Everybody should do that. The fact that some people like stuff that's bad, well, Koreans are big fans of stingrays, eating stingrays. That doesn't mean stingrays are delicious, but it also doesn't mean that they should stop eating stingrays. With food, it's much more legitimate to just be purely subjective about it. Okay. That's like filler music that you play at a club between bands. Or like at a rave after party when it's like nobody's interested in listening to anything that slaps anymore. They just want kind of ambient music in the background. It has its place, but it's not for listening to. The key thing, if you want to successfully make something transcendent, the key thing to remember is treat it like a speech, a short speech. You have a thesis, you have supporting stuff, and you want to get that accomplished as leanly and cleanly as possible. That means your song will have a clear identity as an entity, not just as stuff that gets played in the background, right? So, unfortunately, the history of music is such that there have been lots of successful people doing music different kinds of ways. You've got really self-indulgent, kind of like TE users, weak intuition, who believe that the patience they have for smelling their own farts conveys to them that their farts smell good, Yeah, being an audiophile is not an indication that you have good taste in music. My dad was a serious audiophile, and he had absolutely terrible taste in music. Indeed, being an audiophile is probably an indication that you're not listening to music correctly. In other words, you're too worried about the the physical manifestation of the wave, the audio waves in the air, and too little concerned with whether or not the composition, the vision, is worth manifesting, and too little about whether it's been manifested correctly. But yeah, that's why I'm here, to tell everybody what's correct. Nonfiction's, well, there's different kinds of nonfiction, right? I agree that by and large, for nonfiction to be to accomplish anything worth accomplishing, it needs to provide new and meaningful insights that people can use to understand things better, right? Unfortunately, the vast majority of nonfiction, I don't listen to Coldplay regularly, but there is a Coldplay song or two that is excellent. The problem that Coldplay has is that guy had a very small creative load in his nuts, you know. He had one or two good songs. The other Coldplay songs just kind of sound like the other Coldplay songs. He gets increasingly indulgent as he gets reinforced in his in whatever it is he does. He doesn't have the kind of it helps to fail for a lot of years, you know? Because then if you fail for a lot of years, you you understand that, especially if you're SI front stack, that you cannot trust yourself, right? You have to be rigorous in your critique of your own stuff. At the same time, it was hugely important when I was first starting to play music, when I was in a band called Puppy Bus, learning to play the guitar, writing my very first bullshit half-ass songs and stuff. It was critically important that I was deluded then, that I believed I was better than I was, right? Because that was the only way I was going to persist in it long enough to get good, actually good at it, right? And now that I know I can at least some of the time succeed in compositionally, then I don't have to worry about like accurately or inaccurately assessing my overall level. I recognize it for what it is. With 100 efforts, I will have one success. Well, if I didn't believe I was doing something worth doing on the guitar when I wasn't, then I wouldn't have persisted in it. That's kind of NI ignoring, you know. It's one of the benefits of NI ignoring that um, that I could get lost in the subjective sea of SI and spend some years enjoying the smell of my own farts before it was necessary so that I could practice expelling gas from me. Ultimately, instead of expelling farts, I wanted to go like this. But I had to believe my farts were that before I could learn to do that. And I think one of the worst things that can happen to a musical artist is to succeed too much too soon. You know, to get a big hit early on, because then you end up losing uh, the necessary feedback of people accurately reacting to your shit. The way it works is there's an extremely stringent threshold you have to pass for people to even really um, give your music a chance, right? And then once you pass that threshold, if you are successful in one thing, then unfortunately, people, you're going to get a fan base that likes whatever you put out, some of them, and affirms it even if it's garbage. So it's kind of critically important to your development as an artist, especially if you're SI front stack, that you struggle for many years so that you learn and understand how easy it is for you to fail and how hard it is for you to succeed. No, it's not subjective, Boba Fett. It's not subjective. You are correct about all three of those bands on balance, all four of them even. On balance, well, I mean, Dave Matthews Band and Creed are both completely worthless, toxic waste on the aesthetic landscape. Coldplay has a couple of good songs. Nirvana has a couple of good songs. Nirvana is substantially better than the other three you listed, but I understand why it makes you puke. You know, the aesthetic of the time in which it was made, it hit perfectly with that aesthetic, but it doesn't age very well. The whole like um it's an INFJ doing INFP aesthetic. And it doesn't the INFJ obviously does the INFP aesthetic better than an INFP ever would, but um it's still the wrong aesthetic for me and for anybody really who wants to understand things as timeless, you know, this whole like dark, depressed meh thing is just garbage, obviously. But yeah, I mean, Nirvana, at least Kurt Cobain was attaining top level success compositionally on multiple instances of songs, you know. I listen to some anime music. Uh, for example, no, I don't like Inuyasha. It's not a very good cartoon. But what I will do for everybody here, pull up my playlist of Chappie tracks, and I'll tell you some anime songs that are on my playlist. So, for example, I have on my I mean, everybody should definitely make this their primary playlist because whatever you're listening to, this playlist is better. But it's the best playlist in the world. It's got only spectacular things on it and nothing bad. I try to keep excising everything that doesn't deserve to be on the playlist, so that I never encounter a bad song. I give things a chance on the playlist, and then if they're not good enough, I just say, sorry, you have to leave the playlist. All right, here's one. Here's one of the anime songs that I listen to. That's a great anime song. It's called Keep Your Hands Off Aizoken. Easy Breezy. Yeah, you might call it Easy Breezy. And here's an English cover of another anime song. It's one of my very favorites on the playlist. It's called Renai Circulation, English cover by Liz Robinette. Yeah, Dulles is fantastic. Yeah, that's a cool song, huh? Flamingo. Anyway, if you want to listen to quite a long playlist with apparently 165 videos on it and never encounter a bad song, then listen to that playlist. Okay. You listen to the one I posted above? Sure. Where is it? All right. Let's go listen to Joanna Warren. Also called Johanna Warren because it has an H in it. Oh God. Why did you do that to me? Why in the world did you do that to me? I'm going to have to wash my ears out now. Absolutely appallingly bad. Just terrible. She's literally got her nose right in her butthole, smelling her own farts. That's what I think about it. Is that too harsh? I mean, she's literally has her nose directly on her butthole. It's very clear. Her clear oh, I'm so serious, and the lack of compositional creativity and just the vocals are just, oh my God. Please, if you insist on making me sit in the room with this woman playing music, just stab me in both of my ears right now and make me permanently deaf. I mean, it's horrible. So, I mean, yeah, I'm sorry, but it's horrible. Like, how do you buy into her self-indulgent, like, oh, shit. It's horrible. I just want to run up there and slap her. Ugh. Like, fine. If she's playing like at an open mic, she's still learning how to write songs or whatever, or perform, and that's her one of her early efforts, and she's, getting her feet under her. Fine. But it reminds me of the guy I saw at open mic who he played a couple covers and he played one original. And it was very beginning level songwriting. Like, he's a better musician than he's a songwriter, right? And I felt encouraging towards him because he's doing what he should be doing. He's working up towards becoming a better artist and stuff. And he's at the level where he should be at an open mic. You could critique me because I'm not at the level where I should be at an open mic. I'm way better than everybody else there, and it's not fair, right? But to think, like, this song, I'm going to record it really well. I'm going to do a video of me playing it, upload it to YouTube, and it's going to slap. She needs some people around her who expect her to succeed against a higher bar than that. She's getting affirmation for failure, and nobody ever learns how to be better by getting affirmed when they fail. Obviously, she's got people around her telling her that that's good. And yeah, let's record this, let's make a video of it and stuff. And she needs people around her telling her, put in a couple more years of attempting to write songs, and then evaluate that pile of songs, and maybe there'll be one good enough to record. Maybe, because being an artist is hard. It's the hardest thing in the world. You can't just say, oh, it doesn't really matter what the song is. I'll just play and sing it nicely, and that's good enough. Which also explains why, with the possible exception of Johnny, well, definitely exception of Johnny, I'm not really a fan of any artists, right? I recognize that everybody who does work in music is hit and miss. That's why I'm a fan of Johnny, right? He's shockingly bucking that trend. He's almost never missed. And on his recent album, he wasn't missed at all except in the length of the last song. So that amazes me, right? Because I understand how difficult it is to do good art, to do art good enough to be worth publishing, you know? Now, sure, you could point out that, Eric, you publish all kinds of horrible things. True. But I don't like them. I don't think they're good. You know. And I recognize that I'm in a very privileged position, being 52 and having failed for decades. Obviously, I'm going to have a much clearer understanding of what's good than that much younger lady who's still getting started in her development as an artist, you know? So, in that regard, I should probably have more compassion for people who are back there on the path where I once was too, you know? But I can't have compassion for things that mar the aesthetic landscape. Remember, no one's well served when we celebrate mediocrity. The world should be as meritocratic as possible. So the post that I was planning to respond to yesterday, but didn't get around to it because I was too busy partying or whatever, Mike Hart ended up taking it down before I could respond to it. What a shame. Poetry only has rhyme if you're an English teacher. Well, a poem rhymes when it rhymes and doesn't when it doesn't. So the thing is about poetry, for example, it's not that it necessarily should rhyme or have meter. It's that people who are extroverted intuitors, have no problem creating such. Hi, Acacia. Back in the land of the living, huh? How you doing? So, like, when I gave that poetry question to you, Becky, the time before last time when you came, I issued the same kind of poetry question. Acacia pounded out exactly an example of what I was talking about. And the point isn't that either of our poems was good, it's that we demonstrated fluency with extroverted intuition. That's true, Becky. That's true. Success in writing does not correlate necessarily with fluency and extroverted intuition. So, for example, Becky, you might be a much more successful writer than an ENFP because you're right. Audiences don't buy extroverted intuition. They buy a book that talks about what they want to talk about, right? So, like, if you were to succeed as a writer, then more power to you. Absolutely. But that would not be an indication that you are an extroverted intuitor. We determine that with tests like the ones I get. So we don't look to sort of real world correlates for determining someone's type. We look instead to determinate function tests. She occasionally comes back. Show media, terrible pun, but I'm giving you a wonder point for it anyway. So today we're here to learn, laugh, love, and lounge. Okay? The 4 L's. I'm jettisoning my normal life strategy of goal. G's for goals. O's for only goals. A's for all goals. L's for love goals. I'm jettisoning my normal goal orientation for a more peaceable approach to the day of loving, laughing, learning, and lounging. You can do all of them or just one of them. It's up to you. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Not bad. Not bad. Doing reasonably well with my Adderall consumption this month. At least I'm not doing terribly. Anyway, my busy schedule for the day. I do have a 1:30 appointment with the doctor by video conference. I'm actually looking forward to that video conference because, well, it's like I really feel that the Saturday before Ruben and Acacia left, like my being started to turn the page. It's like in the year, 2 years prior, they were difficult years for me. And, the year 2023, obviously we moved here, we got ready for a wedding, we had the wedding, we had Corey visit for a while. We kind of just crashed for a couple months, like September, October. We started getting ready for this Christmas party. We thought we were going to move briefly. Anyway, all of that whole year left me feeling like a car with a dead battery the whole time, Even when I was added up, I just wanted to watch TV. I just didn't have any spirit of Eric in me for the last year and a half, 2 years, But starting this January, I started to kind of like wake up all of a sudden. Like, oh, okay. I guess I'm out of that stretch of malaise and back to being Eric. I'm feeling enthusiastic. I'm feeling creatively inspired, etc. So Becky says you have to spell right in English class because of language Nazis, aka English professors. Well, right. Yeah. I mean, English teachers, like most people, are going to project their frame of reference. They're going to say, these things that I prioritize are important. And given that they probably aren't ever going to learn really about cognitive functions, they're just going to continue projecting their frame of reference as a normative good indefinitely. But The point is, when I say extroverted intuition tests out like this, I am not saying you should have extroverted intuition. I'm not saying having extroverted intuition is good and failing to have it is bad. I'm just saying, fortunately, we have tests to determine a person's cognitive function stack in ways that are a lot more definitive than, say, a type description, comparing against type description. I'm definitely a music Nazi. Definitely. I'm proud of that. I'm proud of the fact that I won't listen to anything that's not spectacular. I'm proud of the Chappy Tracks playlist that I put together over the past few years. That represents endless hours of checking out endless tracks and nixing almost all of them. No, those are not Janet lyrics. Hey, I want to live in your goddamn veins, if that's okay. Garrett says, at Eric, I know you have good taste when I saw Deception. I don't know what you're talking about. Deception? Oh, Decepticon. Oh, right. The La Tigre song. Yeah, Decepticon is fantastic. Well, right. I expect artists to have a clear vision and respect the audience. That doesn't mean there's not a place for instrumental ambient shit, right? Like a score of a movie. Obviously, the score needs to match the mood of the scenes with instrumentality. Um, and that's the appropriate role of music in that medium. But uh, if you're just making if you're just making music as its own piece of media that's unlinked to anything else, well, there are plenty of good instrumental tracks, plenty of good classical music. Um, but I might concede that a certain instrumental track is genius, but I probably won't listen to it. I would point out that something, as I've indicated before, something does not necessarily have to have good lyrics to be completely successful. It just can't have bad lyrics. So it can't have like listen destroyingly bad lyrics. But here's a song that has basically no lyrics or whatever. It has lyrics, but you can't understand a single word of them, and it's a fantastic track. It's called it's called like uh where is it? E. This song's amazing. Hey, diversity and inclusion, Dan. Don't redact what kind of Nazi I am. That is extremely misleading. And there are long songs that I both like and will listen to the whole thing, even though they don't represent the majority of stuff that I listen to. Or most good, in other words, most things that achieve the level of greatness that I needed to achieve for me to listen to it are not particularly long songs, because it's very rare that you get a composition that earns the length. But I don't only and always like just compositions too. For example, Eat, Sleep, Rave, Repeat is utterly spectacular. It's like 6.5 minutes, and no sane person would call it a song. So you gotta recognize that there are no firm, fast rules with music because you can only succeed holistically. And if something's great enough, I will even excuse um, you wasting my time with a 45-second saxophone solo to open the song, like Steely Dan does with Going Out of Business, which is an incredible, incredible track. You just got to get past the first 45 seconds of garbage. And Donald Fagen demonstrates one way of succeeding in music, which is he has very complicated things that sound a lot less complicated than they are. That's one way of attaining greatness. Is also another way to attain greatness is something very simple that sounds a lot more complicated than it is. It's fine to like some bad music. I don't like any bad music, but lots of people, almost everybody does. What was I going to do? Oh, yeah. It's high time for a walk on the real side. Let's admit the bastards beat us. I moved to dissolve the corporation in a pool of margaritas. So let's switch off all the lights, light up all the luckies, cranking up the afterglow, 'cause we're going out of business. Everything must go. Talk about your major pain and suffering. Now our self-esteem is shattered. It's a great track. I, it's it's an unbelievable song. I can't believe that Donald Fagen is like at the peak of his game at like 80 years old. He's the musical equivalent of Martin Short. Really impressive. I'm never embarrassed to share my playlist with others because there is zero chance that anybody will listen to that playlist and go, I can't believe Eric put this stinky song on there. Uh-uh. it's it's too epic a playlist for anybody to ever correctly say that. I was very pleasantly surprised to hear when we were at the open mic, like before it started, they were playing somebody like the bartender's soundtrack or bartender's playlist. It had the Beths on it. Well, Rachel and I are kind of pathologically obsessed with never recommending a bad song. So occasionally I'll get overexcited by a song that I hear once and think it's great until I listen to it a few more times, then realize it's not great. And therefore, it's either spectacular or inadequate. Those are the only two possibilities. And then I'll be very embarrassed that I ever played that for Rachel. Like, oh my God. What was I thinking? Why? How could I have gotten overly enthusiastic about that? Now that I listened to it a couple more times, I can clearly tell it's inadequate, and I played it for Rachel as though it were great. And now I'm deeply ashamed of myself. But it's like Acacia has pointed me to some cool stuff, but it's very clear that she's NI countervalued. And here's how it's clear. I have this song I'm working on called Sign Holders, which I've probably sung for you a few times already. Sign holders, be safe and wear your hard hat, bright green safety vest and modesty pants. Your sign says slow, but you wave me fast as my wife and I confusedly drive past. Anyway, Acacia said to me at one point when she was here that she liked that song. And I said, "Oh, thanks. I like that song a lot too. I just need to change the lyrics because they're goofy." And she said, "No, the lyrics are what I like about it." Well, that just proves she's NI countervalued. That kind of goofy NE shit is not how to make good song lyrics. So that's the song emerged organically from my personal experience of dealing with sign holders as they were working on the roads around here for quite a long time, burying the power cables, etc. And depending on the day, I frequently have to stop and then wait for the guy to turn the sign around. It says slow. And then if I don't go fast enough, he's like, hurry up. It's like, your sign says slow. Why are you waving me fast? So, okay, the point is those lyrics emerged organically as I was just driving in the car. The whole song did, right? I started singing it before I ever had any chords or anything. Before I then had to figure out what chords go under the melody. That's a good way to write a song, is to organically discover the melody and then figure out what chords go underneath it. Yes, that is probably what you like about it, is the organic aspect of it and the unusualness of it. Like, I don't know any other songs about sign holders, but I think if and to a certain extent, it's universally resonant in the sense that everybody at some point is going to encounter while they drive a sign holder. But to have that song truly hit, it's going to need to have lyrics that are more universal than that. Something like something about love, something about existential angst, something about trust or passion or things that are emotionally resonant with people, not just sort of experientially resonant. I've got to write lyrics that hit on an FI level or at least on an FE level. So, like, the lyrics I've written that best exemplify that are probably the lyrics to What's the Big Problem, because I explicitly and consciously attempted to make such lyrics for that song. So he came here with her, and what's the big problem that you can't endure? You seem so sure it's not appropriate claiming to blame things on Scott. Despite getting caught, he's got you reframing for him, straining for him, going to the gym to make yourself good enough again. That's something that women especially are going to resonate with, because it's like it's telling a story about a lady who goes to a party and sees her maybe boyfriend there with another lady, like, somebody that she's got kind of a poorly defined relationship with some other lady. And the songs, from the perspective of, say, a friend of hers saying to her, you need to leave this guy. Yeah, you guys both have lots invested. That's not a reason to stay around. Through the years, you've both been tested. Time to move up, find higher ground. Like, those are good universal resonant lyrics that every woman is heterosexual woman, maybe homosexual woman too, I don't know, is going to be able to resonate with. It's about some cad who wants to continue humping the lady who's upset in the song while also humping other people. And who's conveyed to that lady in the song the reason he's not committed to her is that she's somehow inadequate. So those are what we call like universally resonant lyrics. Mr. Peguin, host Eric, MP lays claim to the greatest physicist. Welcome to Talking with Famous People. Mr. Peguin, hello. I don't see where you lay claim to being the greatest physicist, but okay, computer and morning can listen to both those albums pretty much all the way through. Radiohead. I probably listened to In Rainbows the most. I like Some Song by Radiohead. You probably like Creep. It's really their best song. In the deepest ocean, the bottom of the sea, your eyes, they turn me. Kid A was unique on its own. Love Kid A too. Real weird, but so good. I don't know Kid A. I get eaten by the worms and weird fishes. Whose album was Yoshimi about? That's Flaming Lips. Flaming Lips. That is a good album. You know, when that album came out, it was surfing the curve for sure. It was out in front aesthetically. But the truth is about that album, the best song on it, the guy took the melody from some other song, admitted it, and didn't seem to care, and paid whoever he took the melody from some amount of money. Yeah, the title track on that is fantastic, right? Jimmy. Na, 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 na. Yeah, well, Creep's overplayed in part because it's a very easy cover to play. So people will cover it. Um, and it's very popular and overplayed in part because to some extent everybody can resonate with that. Nobody is so socially perfect, beloved by all, they can't resonate with the feeling of I'm a creep, I'm a loser, what the hell am I doing here? I don't belong here. Everybody can resonate with that. Those are universally resonant lyrics, right? Just like probably almost every single man in the world can resonate with Johnny's lyrics where he goes, he's better than me because it fucking hurts because I'm not like other guys. I'm worse and she's better than me. And oh my God, I wish I had now something more than her old used towel on my bathroom floor. You know, who can't identify with feeling inadequate, right? Everybody can. And we've got shit tons of music made by males, especially in rap, where instead of talking about their insecurities and vulnerabilities, they talk about how badass and pimpin' they are. So like Prof's lyrics are the exact opposite of Johnny's lyrics. But Prof does like I'm a big pimp lyrics very well. He's got great extroverted intuition that is informed by effective introverted intuition. Sure, he puts out shit tons of stuff, and not all of it's great, but um, but he's successfully managing being an extroverted intuiter and making good music. It's hard. It's a lot harder to make good stuff when you're an extroverted intuiter than and you don't have NI conscious than it is if you've got NI conscious. But I mean, it's hard for both. It's like an NE person is going to make a lot of stuff and still struggle a lot to make anything that's truly great. An NI person is going to make a lot fewer things, but make a lot fewer mistakes, assuming that they're NI 1, 2, you know? Obviously, like NI 3 or 4, well, NI 3, you get some good songwriters who are ISFPs, probably not ISTPs, but NI 4, you're well suited to be a musician in a band. Like, the drummer for the, oh, motherfucker. Oh, motherfucker. Why do I have to spill coffee all inside the microwave? God, Eric. Stop being so retarded all the time. I know you got an A+ in retardation class in school, but you don't need to practice those skills all the time, Eric. After Ruben and or Acacia went to all the trouble to clean our microwave too. Fine. There. I've got it cleaned up. Now I have to go to the bathroom while that's heating up. I'm going to use my penis to go pee. If you're a guy like me, I'd recommend you try the same. If you're currently peeing from something other than your penis, I get it. You're just trying to keep your woman free from urine remnants when you hump her. Makes sense. But I'm going to go ahead and recommend you just bite the bullet and use your penis to pee, because I was trying to include my urine and poop in one thing like a bird for years, and it was really uncomfortable. I just thought, I don't want urine coming out of my penis. That's unsanitary. I should just have one unsanitary hole. Get all my waste to come out of my butthole. Unfortunately, it requires so much constant attention to redirect your urine to your butt. It just turns out not to be worth it. Having said that, I am confident that any day now, humans are going to evolve such that their poop and pee both come out of their butt like a bird. If birds manage to do that, then I'm confident humans can manage to do that too. Also, any day now, all the various fish and sea mammals and stuff are going to evolve so that they can eat plastics. And that will solve the problem of plastics in the oceans. The good news is, the more intense the environmental pressures on individuals of a species, the more certain it is that the genome of that species will evolve into something that can meet the challenges the environment poses. Since for fish and sea mammals, one of the biggest challenges the environment poses is plastics, it just makes perfectly good Darwinian sense to conclude that any day now, some fish will be born with a mutation that allows them to consume plastics, that advantage will cause their mutated genome to replace the existing genome of, say, tuna. And that any minute now, our oceans will thrive again. Such is the magic of evolution. I am sure you're all equally convinced. Paul McCartney is an ISFP? No, he's an ENFJ. I mean, neither of us know for sure. We've not typed Sir Paul McCartney, but we can safely eliminate, I think, ISFP. Oops. I'll tell you who probably is an ISFP, though, maybe an ESFP, is Adam Levine from Maroon 5. And note, he's not a bad songwriter. He's got some good songs, you know. So don't sleep on ISFP's ability to be good songwriters, but it's, you know, we can reliably say Paul McCartney is not an ISFP. Adam Levine, well, he's got a proclivity to fuck a lot of bitches. And it's gotten him in trouble in a few relationships of his, and caused me to lose respect for him as a human being. But one cannot deny that Maroon 5 was wholly successful in at least a couple of their songs, compositionally, production-wise, etc. So good for them, you know. Congratulations, Adam Levine, even though I think you're kind of a scumbag. So Human Glitches asks, hey, what do you think about Donald Hoffman and the idea that consciousness is trying to know itself through us humans and animals, and we are just avatars? Well, it's a reification fallacy. Consciousness isn't an entity that can know itself. It's an abstract concept we use to explain why individual identity persists across time and how it does, right? So it's making the same fundamental mistake that evolution is making. It's saying this concept we have to describe a class of things has agency. It's a reification fallacy. Only agents have agency. Genomes, consciousness, those things don't have intent or goals, because they don't represent individual agents. Lemon ENFP. I'm not sure who Dave Gilmore is. Roger Waters, it's not impossible to consider these an INFJ, but given his propensity for indulgence musically, I doubt it. He's also just not very good, right? What's my theory of everything? Well, I don't exactly have a theory of everything. I know that cognitive functions comprise a metaframe that can inform us about every single communication act and almost every single experience as well. But the correct position on grand cosmological questions is we don't know why or how the various species came about. We don't know whether Earth represents a unique instance of life in the universe or if it's common. And we have no explanation that's adequate regarding whether there is any teleological frame we can apply. So the one you articulated there, the teleological frame, is trying to establish what the purpose of life is, right? The correct position is there may be a teleological frame, but heretofore we have been unable to conclude anything about it. And every conclusion currently, and for the foreseeable future that we might make regarding it, is going to be speculative / intuitive, not reducibly establishable. So I might intuitively say it's likely we're in a simulation, and I might point to, for example, extinction events on Earth. So prior to the development of intelligent life on Earth, or the arrival of intelligent life on Earth, wherever it came from, whether it be, some natural process or something else, Earth went through extinction events approximately every 40 million years. However, there hasn't been one in over 60 million years now. Intuitively, it feels as though there's a player somewhere playing Sim Earth. He keeps trying to get intelligent life. Every time he hits a dead end, he causes another extinction event and starts over until finally he does it, at which point he stops the extinction events. Intuitively, it feels like that makes sense as a simulation that Earth is being played by somebody who's attempting to accomplish what we have now and finally did, right? But that's why it's important that we draw distinctions between things that are merely intuitively resonant and things that we can establish. Things that are merely intuitively resonant may turn out like Darwinian evolution. Intuitively, it makes sense what he's saying. You can see adaptability within a genome. You can see individual species expressing a range of the phenotypic possibilities of that genome. You can selectively breed within a species to create vast amount of differentiation within that species. There's a branching fossil record. It makes great intuitive sense to imagine that Darwinian evolution explains where species came from. But when you do the serious deliberative work, deconstructive work on the issue, you realize, actually, it makes zero intuitive sense at all, and it's complete bullshit. If you lack intuition, you somehow shift lanes from defining and then testing this purported explanation for speciation into assuming the explanation is correct and adjusting the explanation all the time when you can't get it to work. What do you think about the idea that physical reality isn't real because it's all holograms on top of holograms? I would say that that's, again, speculative intuition. And unlike the intuitively resonant sim notion that I floated, there's nothing to make that notion intuitively resonant. Holograms projected by whom is the obvious question. And also, what is the functional distinction to be made between hologram and reality if we can't distinguish between the two? Eric, I saw a documentary recently which had a modern day sea nomad culture had explored to have evolved to have larger spleens, which allows them to hunt and gather underwater for 10 minutes straight. Well, I mean, even if it's the case that there were a population of humans in which a larger spleen and greater breath holding were keys to survival and reproductive success, it would still be just like selectively breeding a breed of dogs. You're isolating a population and maximizing phenotypic expression of a certain area within the overall adaptability range of the genome. And in theory, you could isolate a population of humans, selectively breed all the shortest ones, and come up with a very short population of humans. You could selectively breed a population of humans based on spleen size and come up with a population of humans with unusually large spleens. The issue is, what you can't ever do is cause speciation via that mechanism. Chihuahuas can still breed with Great Danes. So we've maximally tested that vector and never seen any speciation. Bugs stay bugs, dogs stay dogs. Yeah. That theory, of course, is just another example of begging the question by evolutionists who fail to adequately distinguish between genetic adaptability within a species and increased complexity over time, which there's never been a single indication of it occurring in the history of the world. That we can actually establish that that's what happened. Every time people try to come up with examples of such, they're begging the question. They're assuming that evolution is correct and that this is an example of it. That's not how science works, right? If evolution were a real theory, it would make clear predictions that we could test to validate or falsify it. I mean, it did make clear predictions. We tested, and they've all falsified. If people were legitimate in their intellectual engagement with the subject, they jettisoned the idea and acknowledged we don't know where species came from. I think Alan Watts is a disgusting farce of intellectual theater. I agree that typology, the implications and meaning of it are deeper than anything people think. Well, maybe or maybe not, Cammoto. Cammoto asks, so Darwin's finches with different adapted beak lengths could still interbreed? The thing is, birds of different species definitionally cannot interbreed. So whether or not the birds with different beak lengths comprise different species is determined by whether or not they can interbreed. They may look very similar to one another, have different beak lengths, be entirely different species, not interbreed at all. Or maybe they're variations within a single species and they can interbreed. Either way, it tells us nothing about evolution, right? Darwin's explanation was an intuitively resonant one as to how these various birds came to be both different populations and so similar to one another. It's an intuitively resonant explanation. But for an explanation to explain things, it needs to explain the mechanism by which something occurs. And what they're claiming occurs is increased complexity over time. But there is zero mechanism to explain that. So it doesn't matter whether the finches could interbreed or not. If they could, they were the same species. If they couldn't, they were different species. Either way, we can't conclude anything about how they came to be differentiated. Please say more about Alan Watts. Well, what Alan Watts is trying to do is say that there's a normative preference for intuitive knowing, which is to say, holistic understandings of identity, and that is inherently preferable to a deconstructive or deliberative approach to understanding. Of course, both approaches to understanding are best in certain kinds of circumstances, right? If you try to totalize one of them, as Alan Watts does, you end up giving a lot of people the impression that they're understanding something profound, but he's not actually saying anything, right? He's saying, you are too attached to your claims, to your duality, etc., right? Well, duality is absolutely the appropriate frame for certain kinds of intellectual work and the inappropriate kind of frame for other kinds of intellectual work. It is not the case that the West would be wiser by adopting the holistic frame of NI that, say, Zen Buddhism advocates, affirms, or whatever. Absolutely not the case. That's why the West won, right? Because of rationalism, the Enlightenment, etc. That's why the West won. Because we jettisoned communitarianism and holistic bullshit for actually defensible right? That doesn't mean there's not a place for holistic bullshit. Where there is a place for it, it's not bullshit. Like in my analysis of music, for example. You cannot deconstruct music. You can't come up with a rule of thumb that will allow you to make great tracks all the time. You can't follow a formula. It's holistic. And it's appropriate to evaluate it holistically because of what it is. In contrast, things like ontology, you can understand them experientially. You can understand them through maps, etc. Alan Watts thinking he's doing some kind of intellectual work by simply saying a bunch of profoundish sounding things without actually doing any intellectual work, it's just offensive, you know? No, my parents were not liberal. My mom was a Democrat and my dad was a Republican. I'm saying this as if we are not at the beginning of our civilizational experiment. We're not at the beginning of our civilizational experiment. There have been many human civilizations prior to now. And the thing is, none of those civilization expressions are experimental, right? Nobody's experimenting with anything. It only seems like an experiment after the fact when we learn something from it. The problem with the COVID policies globally was that they were not an experiment. They were a policy that we implemented. In retrospect, we see that as a globe, we were experimenting where we should have taken things a lot more seriously. But nobody understood that we were experimenting at the time, except me. No, it's not the case that you're experimenting every time you don't know what you're doing. Trial and error does not comprise experimentation. Well, I mean, remember, I grew up in the 70s and 80s when there was a lot less division in the US and the poles of the partisan spectrum were closer together than they are now. My dad was maybe the only person I've ever met who, once I reached my fully developed adult intellectual state, could still correct me and teach me things about politics. I've never encountered anybody else who could do that. You know, once I was, say, 40, 45, 42. Of course, my dad never corrected me or informed me about politics on the frame level. He always informed me and taught me things about politics beneath the frame level. So one evening I was ranting how much I disliked Trump at the dinner table, and he pointed out that Trump did a good job of getting us out of a bunch of international agreements that we should never have been in the first place. I looked into it. He was absolutely right. You know, I learned something that night. Unfortunately, very few people, uh, very few people engage like that, right? So, con man doesn't say something like this policy under consideration is a bad idea because of he he takes what should be dealt with deconstructively and tries to deal with it holistically. Again, we have to apply the correct kind of epistemics for the correct kind of thing. So, unfortunately, the reason Western society is collapsing, if it is because of uh, language about politics of the sort that Cone Man just voiced. If you refuse to deal with politics like an adult, you say it's the equivalent of boogeyman, Something knocked over this tree in our backyard. Should we try to figure out what it is? No, it's always the boogeyman. The boogeyman always knocks over things. That's what it is. We don't need to understand anything more nuanced than that. Well, unfortunately, we definitely do need to understand things better than that. And when you try to believe, when you position yourself as having any kind of perspective on politics, and it's really mythology, like what you just engaged in, then you do us all a great disservice. Mythology tries to turn dynamic systems of human interaction and etc. into identities to blame or credit. That's how we know somebody's engaged in mythology instead of intellect. And one other good sign of mythology is that mythologists don't distinguish between things that are agents and things that aren't agents. So a mythologist is going to blame something like capitalism, something like consciousness, something like greed, things that are not people. They're not agents. They cannot be blamed for things. They don't have the capacity to have preferences or make choices, right? They're abstract notions. Capitalism, as I've explained to Cone Man before, is merely the absence of use of force interfering with people engaged in consensual business, right? Consensual, mutually profitable business. Profitable either because you get the thing you want or because you get the money for the thing that you sell or whatever. That doesn't mean that completely unfettered capitalism is a good idea, which is to say, sometimes we do need to use of force or threat of use of force to regulate markets to make sure we keep a level playing field. So what you just heard there is how adults discuss things, right? Like if you have an adult style perspective on political matters, if you're going to talk about capitalism, you're going to define your term operationally, and you'll be able to defend that definition because in fact that's what capitalism is. It's the naturally occurring habit of people to engage in work slash consumer stuff in ways that benefit themselves. Money allows capitalism to occur because it makes beholdens fungible. Now, if you care at all about politics, then listen to what I just said multiple times over and over again until you understand it. If you don't care about politics, then don't talk about politics. Like, it seems pretty clear to me that rather than hear what I'm saying about having meaningfully operationalized understandings of words, instead of listening to me and saying, wait a second, maybe I need to pull back a bit here. Eric's demonstrating what it sounds like to engage politically responsibly. And I can note the juxtaposition between how he's engaging politically and how I am. Maybe I need to chickadee check myself before I rickety wreck us all. They are busy doing something up at the water towers the last few days. And then trucks driving up the dirt road up that hill of the water towers and back down. And it's been a lot of activity up there. I don't know what they're doing with the water towers, but the water company is definitely busy. Mariposa Pines is such an awesome little neighborhood here. It's a very small neighborhood, much smaller neighborhood than anybody would ever dream would have its own mutual water company. Like it's Heights Cove, Snyder Ridge Road, and Snyder Creek. Snyder Creek and Snyder Ridge are a loop, so it's just really one road. And then there's a teeny little road, Cedar Lane, that goes between Snyder Creek and Snyder Ridge. And then there's Heights Cove. That's all of Mariposa Pines. It's like 3 streets worth of houses. But unlike all the rest of Mariposa, we have municipal water here. It's crazy. I didn't know how huge that was when we bought this house. I have a better sense of it now that we're purchasing the house down the street as an income property. Thank God it too is on water tower water. We don't have to worry about a well. We don't have to drink well water. And the problem with having a well is one of the realities of there goes another truck up that dirt road. One of the realities of it is if your power goes out, you have no water. If our power goes out, our water keeps flowing no problem. So water tower water is way better than well water as a solution for your water needs. Now you'll note we are rural and accordingly we have no sewer lines. We are on septic. The septic tank in this house is amazing. Uh, they pumped it before we moved in. I talked to Les and informed me that septics put in around the time that this house was built. You only have to pump them every 10 years at most. And because of the way it's designed, in fact, all the liquids in the septic get filtered through a leach field of like bedrock stuff or whatever and re-enter the water table fully cleaned. Impressive technology, really. I'm really impressed by good TE like that. I don't have it. I would never be able to design something like that. But we're a little worried about the septic tank in this house we're purchasing because the seller added language to stipulate that he wouldn't pay more than $5,000 to repair the septic should it be damaged in some way. We signed that stipulation, but it doesn't matter because if in the house inspection, septic inspection, we determine that it's going to cost $20,000, $30,000 to replace it or something, we can still walk anytime before escrows closes with no incurring no loss. So you can add that language if you want, dude. But if you think that's gonna let you dump $20,000 of septic repair onto us, you are fooling yourself. We will walk. We already walked from a previous thing that we opened escrow on because it wasn't according to the terms that we entered into the arrangement under, you know? We are not afraid to pull the plug on something that does not meet our terms or is, for whatever reason, we find unsatisfactory. And it's like if this one falls through, I just walk and wait for another one to pop up on the market that doesn't have a deal breaker. But I'm actually quite convinced that this guy's just kind of being maybe polar about the whole thing. He doesn't know for sure that the septic's not going to cost a lot, so he's trying to, cover his ass a bit or something. That's what my realtor suspects. I mean, the thing is, it has to go through a septic inspection and a septic pump before you can sell it. So we will know the state of the septic before escrow closes. There is basic fundamental TI logic which undermines Eric's political comments. Oh, could you articulate what that basic TI logic is? In other words, if in fact there are contradictions implicit in what I'm saying, could you articulate what any of those contradictions are? Because if something is wrong with the TI logic, you're going to find contradictions. You are a mad scientist, bro. I'm an extremely sane philosopher. I'm not a scientist. I'm a philosopher. I'm the most correct philosopher there is. So, congratulations to Eric for being so right. I think we can all agree with that. It's not a lack of contradictions, it's a lack of depth. You mean it's not a presence of contradictions, it's a lack of depth. Okay, well, what claim or whatever that I've made do you feel needs to be understood more deeply than I'm currently understanding it? I'm very curious why you disagree with this whole thing of Alan Watts. I don't disagree with what Alan Watts is saying. I'm claiming that he's not saying anything that one should agree or disagree with. He's just gesturing at profundity, right? It's profundity theater. Zizek is garbage. Right. Zizek is absolutely an amoral ENTP blowhard. How do we know that? Because his argumentation doesn't withstand scrutiny. He's dissembling. He's giving anti-capitalist lectures at colleges so that he can buy cocaine and bang co-eds. That's my perspective on Zizek. And the beautiful thing is we can contrast between Zizek and me to see which person comprises an amoral ENTP blowhard and which person comprises a real philosopher saying real things with real character and a sound moral foundation. What do I think about psychopaths? Well, according to psychology, they don't feel empathy when they use other people to get what they want. So I call such people accountability avoidant fucks. And I consistently try to put my foot in their ass. Metaphorically. Because I don't want poop on my literal foot. Dark triad people, narcissists, psychopaths, Machiavellian, antisocial types. You can collapse all of that toxic garbage into one set of one core mechanism: accountability avoidance. So when I'm wrong, either factually, intellectually or whatever, or morally, I'm continually checking against my expectations for myself, my ethics, my morals, etc. And if I slip up, I get out in front of it. I publish a video explaining how I was wrong. Here's why I was wrong. Meow, 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 meow. If you call me out for something where I'm wrong, I'm not going to get defensive and just say, no, I'm not wrong. I'm going to evaluate your critique for correctness. If it is correct, I will agree with you and hold myself accountable and allow you to hold me accountable. Zizek will never do that. Yeah, like Carlos Paeva makes a critique that he could possibly defend. He could say, no, Eric, your logic's sound, but you're being too narrow in your epistemics here. That's a critique you could defend, right? Potentially. A critique you could defend, potentially, is that my TI logic is making mistakes here. But if you're going to defend that second one, then the course of defense is very clear. You must produce an example of a contradiction. Carlos takes a somewhat better strategy because it's harder to articulate what criterion he must meet to establish the accuracy of his critique. And so that makes it a smarter critique, but also more of a devious or dissembling one. Nevertheless, in both instances, you're wrong. Well, just because Zizek hates Chomsky doesn't mean we should listen to Zizek, right? Nobody should listen to anybody who hates whomever, right? People should only listen to actual critiques of actual things. So when I critiqued Chomsky, I was critiquing a specific film of his that I saw a long time ago, which was guilty of criminally weak reasoning. I haven't read everything Chomsky's ever written. I don't have an opinion about Chomsky as a person, right? I have an opinion about Chomsky's affirmations, his intellectual work. It's just like with music. You cannot judge an artist. You can only judge a work product. So the greatest artist in the world puts out a new track. It could be absolutely fucking shit, right? Johnny's next track could be complete garbage. It doesn't matter that he's proved himself before to be a great artist. Art is always about the work and never about the person. All good art manifests like this. I have no idea how I made that. Now, intellectual stuff, we can be much more precise about whether or not someone's specific piece of intellectual work ought to be afforded any respect. Now, if you get somebody who's put out a piece of intellectual work, positions themselves as an important thinker, and that piece of intellectual work is abjectly inadequate, like say that Chomsky film, then we can reasonably say to ourselves, I don't need to waste any more time evaluating this guy because this isn't music, right? It's not like you're trying to attain transcendence with a holistic vision. You're trying to explain something. You're trying to convince people of your advocacy. That's much easier to be determinate about and defend, and you can defend your critiques much more easily. It wouldn't surprise me if Zizek tries to be hard to understand to obviate a potential future requirement that he defend what he's saying, you know? The reason you run Zizek in debate rounds is just purely the time suck, because it's so dense and not saying anything that it's very difficult to negate a Zizek card under an equally obscure tag, you know? It requires your opponents to waste a bunch of time pointing out that this word salad is gobbledygook. That should tell you everything you need to know right there. If that's how people use Zizek in a debate round, nobody should listen to that fuck. Yeah, I know the negation is that he isn't making any point, Carlos Bay, but my point is that establishing that negation is much more difficult than establishing the negation that his point is wrong. Right? And ultimately, what the strategy is that you employ to negate Zizek is not to negate Zizek directly, it's to say their tag doesn't say what the card says. Well, in a debate round, remember, it's the debaters who have burdens, not the citations they use. So in life, I would say simply, Zizek fails to meet his burden to affirm, but that shouldn't be convincing to you unless I establish that what that burden is and that he failed to meet it. That's a much bigger case to make than he said this and it is wrong. Okay, well, Zizek hates Chomsky. Fine. You were just making a statement of fact, and I was telling you what meaning we can make out of that. That's true, Carlos Paiva, in a debate round. You got to remember what his success criteria are: being able to afford more cocaine and being able to hump more co-eds. So against his success criterion, he's killing it. He's winning every round. He's saying a lot of gobbledygook and getting gullible college kids to think it's consistent with their subjective politics. Again, Coneman, I didn't assume you meant other than what you said. I informed everyone what additional meaning we can glean from what you said about Zizek and Chomsky, not about Coneman. And one skill that's woefully underrepresented in society is the ability to distinguish between that which is properly called word salad and that which is actually saying something. Unfortunately, anytime a legitimate critique gets a name, so Zizek's horribleness is legitimately critiqued as word salad. Unfortunately, once a neat and tidy term like that appears, people who are engaging with language for purposes other than correctness will utilize it to dismiss stuff regardless of whether it applies. So you might encounter people who say that I'm guilty of word salad. This is factually 100% indisputably false. But because the term exists as a way to dismiss things that are verbose or complicated, it will be used against me. It's at 1:30. Thank you, though, Winston's mom. That's actually 11:30, 12:30, 3 hours from now, but it is coming up. My phone should offer a reminder half an hour before. We feel free because we lack the very language to articulate our unfreedom. What garbage is that? If we lack the language to articulate our unfreedom, does that mean you refuse to explain what it is? If we lack the language to articulate our unfreedom, then in what medium are you understanding it, if not through words? And if not through words, why should we affirm your understanding that you can't explain over other people's understandings that they can explain? Is it simply because you're asserting something that can be utilized by anybody and reframed from into their, holistic partisan bullshit? So when you say things like that, you empower libertarians to use your quote. Listen, we feel the only reason you feel free is because you lack the very language to articulate your unfreedom. It can be used by Democrats to critique libertarian policies. Libertarians feel free only because they lack the it can be used by anybody for anything, right? Because it doesn't mean anything. If in fact we take it at face value, that means that Zizek is conceding that he has no words to justify his own understanding of our unfreedom. Everybody take notes. This is how you parse shit. You want some weed, boy? Yeah, sure. Thanks for the suggestion. And I appreciate that MA has switched it up. Instead of calling me an old man, he's calling me a boy. Well, good news, MA. I'm both. I'm an old man, I'm a little boy, I'm a young adult, I'm a middle-aged man, I'm all things to all people. Good for me. $100 US for 250 grams. 250 grams. 28 grams is an ounce. That's a little less than 10 ounces. Yeah, well, I've had a rash of trolling in here comprising one central theme. Eric is old. I am old. I'm 52. That's what makes me so cool. Not many 52-year-olds have on hand, ready to pull a bong rip, both weed and concentrate, should anybody happen to come in and suggest. Not a lot of 52-year-olds can currently, at the same time, on the table in front of them, have both amphetamines and psilocybin. I do, because I'm cool, and I know how to party. Okay. Sounds good. Thanks, MA. I appreciate it. That's the nicest thing a person can say to me, pretty much, is you're cool. I try so hard to be cool. I'm glad I finally started succeeding at it. It only took until my, mid to late 40s for me to figure out how to be cool. It's not easy. Now that requires some holistic knowledge, You can't deconstruct how and why exactly you are cool. You can't ordinate a set of steps to be cool. Step one, buy sunglasses. That's not going to work. Oh, are you an anime head too, MA? Man, I am feeling pretty good about anime right now because over the course of the last week or two, I have, through deep digging in anime and Crunchyroll's back catalog, I've found one full series that I was able to watch start to finish, binge it, that I had not watched before, that was good. Better than pretty good, not as good as very good. But good enough to keep me watching it. Like, I watched the 12 episodes of it in like maybe 3 sittings. And then I realized that I had never finished this old one about, it's like Demon Lord Retry or something like that. Anyway, it's this guy with long black hair who smokes cigarettes all the time. He's a Demon Lord, but is actually the good guy. And then the maiden hero is keeps thinking he's the bad guy until finally in the end, she's like, all right, I guess you're the good guy. That's basically the end of it. I was happy to finish that. Sometimes something gets lost in the cracks, like you you just you start watching, you watch 8 episodes, then the next day a bunch of new stuff comes out, you watch each of those and you just kind of forget about that one. It's no longer on your continue watching front page list. That's what happened with that. And then just yesterday I discovered yet a third show deep in the archive that I had not seen before, that's quite compelling, although a little bit dark. And I will tell you what it is right now because I forget the title of it. It's got like a Japanese name as a title. Those titles are difficult to remember. A lot of anime titles are difficult to remember. Like, they've got some of them have such ridiculously long titles. I wonder where did this come from? Anyway, it's called Inuyashiki Last Hero. And it's intense, kind of dark, but also super compelling. I love the fact that the main character of it is a 58-year-old man who looks at least 10 years older than he is. Like, so he's got a wife who looks younger than him, but she's also in her 50s. He's got 2 kids who are like, 18 and 15 or whatever. But there's a scene where one of the kids brings a friend home and the friend says, "Is that your grandpa?" And the kid answers yes, because the kid's embarrassed, right? Anyway, he's diagnosed with stomach cancer and he tries calling one of his kids and the kid's like, "I don't want to answer the phone for my dad," hangs up. Tries calling the other kid, same deal. Tries calling his wife. No, doesn't try calling his wife, just kind of hangs his head, looks all sad. Finally, he goes home. He tries to tell his wife, "Hey, I got something to tell you," but she jumps right in with, "Hokkaido, your dog, pooped in the house. You need to clean that up, and if you can't keep that dog from pooping in the house, you're gonna have to keep it outside." And so he just hangs his head again and walks away. It's really kind of intense, right? And he's walking down the street and he thinks, if I had told any of them, would they even have cried? He goes to the park. He starts sobbing because he's gonna die, and his family doesn't really seem to care about him very much. And and then a UFO crashes into him, killing him, along with this young guy who happens to be standing near him in the park. And then it cuts to the aliens, and they're like, "Oh shit, we killed 2 intelligent life forms here on this planet. We got to put them back because otherwise, we'll be breaking alien law or whatever. So, we'll reconstruct them with these robot bodies. Oh shit, we don't have any regular robots on our spaceship. Well, we're going to have to reconstruct them using military robots." So they reconstruct the 2 of them using military robots. And, the main character is like, the next day is like, "What the hell? I feel so fine. I don't feel any pain. My back doesn't hurt. What's going on? He still looks exactly the same. He looks like a 70-year-old man who's actually 58, right? Um, and he proceeds to try to start saving people, right? And but here's the deal: the other guy who get hit by a UFO is a psychopath. He's friendly and protective of his friends and family, but has no empathy whatsoever for anybody else. So he starts killing people. And then it turns out that the young man is the old man's son's friend. The son, they catch the son going around with the young man, and the son watches the young man kill the son's bullies, and then I just had to stop watching because it was so intense. Tells the young man, I'm at the scene where he tells the young man, look, I can't be friends with you anymore because you kill people. Of course, the audience, we know already that regarding people who aren't this guy's friends and family, he's a psychopath. So, and like an antisocial psychopath in that he kills for fun. So, I'm worried now, obviously, about the old man's son being killed or harmed here on this bridge because he's friend breakupping this psychopath. I had to stop it and go to bed. I just said, ay, ay, ay. I'm worried. So Komen says, why can't intuition inform politics? Well, intuition can inform politics as much as you want, right? But the thing is, when it comes to making advocacies politically or understanding what advocacies we should make, the reason we need to have a rigorous, defensible approach to such policy is it's the only approach that's fair to everybody because it puts the burden on the right place. It says, your intuition may be right, but we collectively can't make a decision about what we collectively should do based on your intuition. You need to establish something with actual reasons that everybody can look at on their own independently, that they can treat as objective data and evaluate it objectively. The problem is, it's not just you who has a hunch, Cone Man. Everybody has a hunch. And everybody's hunch is a little bit different, right? And so we can't use somebody's hunch as a reason to make a decision any more than we can use somebody's feelings. If they can't establish in a way that comprises a fair way that everybody can access and test independently, then we can't use that in making decisions politically about what is good for everybody, right? Because it's like when we're just using intuition, I can intuit the exact opposite of what you're intuiting, Cone Man, and neither of us, if we're just using intuition, can be shown to be any more correct than the other, right? We're just taking a holistic approach to it. And so the reason we can't just use intuition or justify things with intuition is because you immediately run into the problem that, hey, this guy's intuition and this guy's intuition are contradictory. They disagree with each other entirely. Who's correct? Which one should we listen to? And why? At that point, if you just produce more intuition on both sides, you end up with the exact same question again, and there's no way to resolve it. Please tell me, what do you think about people calling DMT the God molecule? I think it's absolutely ridiculous. I like DMT a lot. I wish I had DMT. I'd be smoking it right now. Because what are drugs? They are fun ways to party. They are not magical. They are not connections with God. They do not teach you otherwise unknowable truths. They do not meaningfully inform us about what we should believe, think, how we should create, or any other important matter. They are for fun, you know, like going swimming maybe at a pool party, you know, having pizza and swimming at a pool party. Why do we do that? Is it so we can learn profound truths about swimming or pizza or life or philosophy? No, we do it for fun. That's what they're for. Unless you take like medicine from the doctor to get better about from something, in which case they're for healing you, curing you, or whatever. But you know, I'm talking about good ones, good DRUGSs, the kind that you wanted to buy rather than you need to buy. Those are taken for the purpose of fun. Like, everything's more fun with 30, 45 milligrams of amphetamine in you. When things get boring, it's a good idea to pull a bar rip if you're me. Makes things a little less boring. And if you can hold off and only pull bar rips like once, twice a day, then you might even get a little bit high. And sleep's boring by itself. That's why I like to eat can of butter before bed. Actually drink it. Thanks to Lou's magnificent suggestion, I now melt my can of butter in coffee, put in some creamer in there, and it's actually like good. I mean, it's not like I prefer it that way, taste wise, but I could conceive of a world in which I did. It's not bad at all. It's almost tasty, you know. Unlike every other way of consuming can of butter, which is just like, oh, it tastes like a fucking weed plant. I'm having a magical journey of self-development by taking psychedelics. I'm learning about mysteries and sages and spirits by taking psychedelics. Now, I think that's all bullshit, obviously. But, you know, people take drugs for their own reasons, whatever. It's annoying when they think they've learned something and want to share with you how powerful and visionary their drug taking experience should be and stuff. But whatevs. You know, and at the same time, sometimes it's informative about the drug taking. You know, I went to the Oakland mushroom store and I asked the guy who worked behind the counter, which of them is strongest? And he said, I don't take mushrooms for strength. I take them for intention. I was like, okay. But then later I realized he's right. How a mushroom trip goes has a lot to do with how you want it to go before you take the mushroom, what you're expecting from it. You know, you got to do some sort of mental setup before you take it. If you almost have to have a success criterion. And his comment, and this guy was clearly like ESFP, fourth slot NI, almost for sure. Just by looking at him and hearing that, you gotta be. He's all tattooed and had all these piercings and stuff, and clearly did not like my rationalist frame of reference. And he taught me something important about mushrooms I'd been taking for a long time and had been taking slightly wrong. Since then, especially since that one time when I took way too many mushrooms and had a psychotic break, because I was also on a bunch of Vyvanse. Um, I really, I really developed a healthy, loving relationship with mushrooms again. And even before that guy said that, I had long said, there's no way to understand mushrooms except through a frame of reference that says somewhere there are the mushroom gods who make decisions about how you're going to respond to mushrooms this time. Because it's crazy the way that you can take exactly the same mushrooms, exactly the same amount on 2 different days, and have wildly different experiences. Anyway, what do I think about the collective unconscious? I think it's insane. Yes, there are commonalities that you can point to between, among individuals from different cultures, time periods in history, etc. In other words, yes, it is the case that for all of human history, every human has, at least briefly, had a mother. I mean, maybe the mother dies during childbirth before the baby comes quite out of the womb. Maybe that would be an exception, but they all had at least some kind of mother figure, good or bad, right? So that, and it's also the case that all human beings are hardwired for communication, and implicit to communication is holistic understandings of identity rather than experiential understandings of specific people, right? Because communication is about expressing that which can be expressed. In other words, it's about expressing meaning you can reliably anticipate will resonate with other people in certain ways, and or be attended to by other people in certain ways. So when I'm giving this explanation, it assumes a frame of reference that is my own, namely that you're going to pay attention to these words in the same way that I would pay attention to these words, and consistent with how I intend these words to be paid attention to. In reality, of course, only certain individuals who are of specific types are going to pay attention to these words the way I want them and expect them to be paid attention to. Since by nature I am a word putter, an NE-DOM, this frame conflict produces instances which I perceive as either me and someone else talking past each other, or as my failure to communicate in ways that the other person can understand, or as their failure to understand what ought to be clear to anyone. Henry GB. Hello, I'm British. That must explain the GB next to your name. I'm guessing that you put a flag next to your name, but that the YouTube chat is converting the flag into GB. That's what I suspect. Because I've done that before and seen that happen with a flag, or like not even a flag, but like some kind of a emoji that is only translated as the emoji in certain contexts by YouTube. Emoji me, you emoticon G. You can see that you need to emoji me. Emoji me, you emoticonji. You can see that you need to emoji me. Emoji who, well, emoji you. No emoji we, yes, emoji me. And emoticons are everywhere you see, so let's emoticon emoji G. I call that song Emoticon Emoji. Uh, it was written by Eric at 11 a.m. on Thursday, January 25th. Make a note, everybody. I hereby copyright it. You all watch out! We all quote me. I'm gonna sue you. No, I'm actually not insane. So that is not my position at all. I think it's fantastic that anybody, does anything with my content, basically. Even if it's something I don't like, I still think it's great that they're making something that includes my content. YT beef on the griddle. YT beef on the grill. That means I'm going to have a big fight with someone else on YouTube. You've been diagnosed as clinically insane. Really, which clinician diagnosed me as such? Could it be you, first last? Could it be? I think so. Bob Seger. Okay, I think. Not heard much, but like Springsteen. Yeah, I've not heard a lot of Bob Seger either. I haven't listened to much Bob Seger. Here I am. And by and large, it's better to evaluate tracks than artists. Can you edit clips on YouTube or nah? Do they have like a studio? You used to be able to edit videos on YouTube in their video editor, but they got rid of it. Now you have to do all your work on your laptop. The book you're writing scares you a bit? Is it because it's about spiders? I think because I'm high NI, that's why I agree with all this stuff of collective unconscious, Leo Gura, Alan Watts, and all this stuff. Well, I mean, it's not something to agree with or disagree with, right? Like, what exactly does Leo say that you agree with? Give me an example of some position of his that you agree with. Everybody answer my questions now. Something tells me I'm into something. Wow. What is that song goes? So happy together. I can't see me loving nobody but you for all my life. If you want to, you can now smell my poo for all my life. Me, 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 me. Boo-doo-doo-doo. That's a good song. I like that song. The other one I sang a little bit of, I don't like that song. But they have a similar vibe to them. Partridge Family? That's the Partridge Family? I like that song. The first one, I don't like. So maybe the first one you're saying is the Partridge Family. Springsteen's song Going Down is good. Fun, bittersweet rock. Fun, bittersweet rock. I don't know that song, I don't think. I wish I could live another life. You are God. Okay, well, I mean, human glitches. If you agree with the statement that you are God, does that mean that you believe yourself to be omnipotent, omniscient, and everlasting? Okay, so what you think that means is that consciousness is fundamental. Well, that's true. Obviously, existentiality supervenes upon observation. In other words, there are no realities except as expressed through some agent experiencing that reality. But that's no great insight. Needs to be expressed as I expressed it, not as you are God. And the fact that he believes himself to be informing people in some way by saying you are God means he doesn't believe it's meaningful whatsoever to have any kind of definition of God. Not a complete definition, but any kind of minimum criterion for what the word means. He just wants it to mean whatever he wants it to mean. He wants to convey the idea that you are powerful like God, you are knowing like God, you are present like God, or something like that. Well, whoop de fucking do? You know, or is he trying to convey that there is no God, humans are God? Okay, well, that's insightful maybe for a 14-year-old or something. Maybe 14. I don't know. It's not informative about anything, right? It might be empowering to you if you're feeling disempowered. It might be informative to you in the following way, like, well, we have the capacity to create and destroy like God does. We have vastly more impact than perhaps we think we do, even with our little actions. The the size, the outsized relationship between impact and action is another analog you could come up with to compare humans and God as it's conventionally understood. But it's like that's how you meaningfully communicate about the subject. So, like, because Leo's not saying anything specific, it's possible to take his vagaries and make a specific case for them, right? But the point is, you should only respect him if he does that himself, not relies on me to do it. So I don't doubt that he says some vagaries that I feel like, okay, I like that vagary. I will now explain an actual set of words that affirm that vagary. But that's, I mean, anybody can throw out, you know, you are God. The goddess shines not upon you, but from within. Anybody can make out endless amounts of that kind of nonsense. The uncertainty of the quantum world is embedded in consciousness, for we ourselves are uncertain beings. Accordingly, the strongest reed is that which bends as the flow of the water presses it forward, but does not break, but snaps back to reality. Oops, there goes gravity. I mean, that stuff is so easy and pointless. Anybody can do it. I watched one of those Leo videos. It was 18 minutes long. He spent like 17 minutes hyping and building up this amazing truth he was going to share with us. And then 1 minute letting us down with the idea that this truth was that the self is an illusion. Okay. I am so angry at myself. I sat through that whole thing. What in the world was I thinking? That I think, attained. Yep, it did. It earned the status of impossibly bad. To use Leo's kind of language, without any regard for sense making, it was impossibly bad. How bad it attained remains impossible even in the aftermath of its attainment. Like, hey, paradox. Wee, paradox. You mean contradiction dressed up? You mean fallacious nonsense? Dressed up in Zen Buddhist monk clothes? Yeah, I prefer not to eat that. It tastes like death in my mouth. I don't want to put that in my mouth because it tastes like death. Nobody can understand anything you say. Nobody can understand anything you say. Thanks, Rebecca. Thanks for pointing that out. You live stream way too much. Thanks, Rebecca. Nobody's going to like you if you keep arguing with people. Again, thank you, Rebecca. You shouldn't even YouTube if you can't be pleasant. What about you, Rebecca? You're not being pleasant to me. I'm not YouTubing. Okay. You win that point. You win that point, Rebecca. I win every point. Well, so far you've won every point that you make with me, but that's because you're so easy to beat. Oh, really? Pretty arrogant of you, Rebecca. Arrogant would be if I said how good I was. All right, fine. You win that point too, Rebecca. You win that one too. I'm losing here. I'm losing to Rebecca. Like I said, that's because you suck. Thanks. Thanks. I appreciate that. Give me a gut check. Snap back to reality. Whoops, there goes gravity. Whoops, and no maddening. Whoops, and no patterning. That's such a good song. That's a really good song. Eminem, now there's that guy who did some genius shit. You know, he was very much at the front end of the curve, you know? He influenced so many people so much. You hear his influence in all kinds of things. And like, is there a single better anthem for like a sports team entering a stadium than "Lose Yourself"? Just the guitar part. Dun, 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 dun. Like you see, like the USC used to come onto the field to that song. It always gave me goosepimples. It's such a it's it's the soundtrack of anticipation building for a battle. It's spectacular. Any function or process can make mistakes. That's true. My TI is not perfect. You see me make mistakes periodically in the TI questions and when I'm typing people. I'm certainly not perfect at TI. The nice thing about TI is it is instantly and universally validatable. So if I do make a mistake, somebody can point it out and it's definitive that I've made a mistake, correct me, I acknowledge that I made a mistake, correct myself. There is a right answer. So it's true that I could have made, for example, in this live stream, some TI mistakes. He voiced some contradictory things that don't work together at all under the same frame or whatever. I'm pretty sure I didn't, but you'd have to articulate the specific instances of that to establish that I have made TI mistakes. So just because it's possible to make TI mistakes is not a reason to critique any specific instance of TI. And it's also true that it's a perfectly fine critique to say your TI is clean, you didn't make any mistakes here, but this subject matter is not one appropriately parsed with TI. It's fine to make that argument as well. Unfortunately, if you're going to make that argument, you're going to have to use TI to successfully establish that this is an instance that's not appropriate for TI. I can use TI to establish that when somebody's coming to me and saying, "Oh, boo hoo hoo, my dog died," that's not an appropriate time for me to say. This is an example somebody gave one time for me to say that they did. For me to say, "Well, how expensive are new dogs?" that's a TI thing to ask a question, asking for more information so that you can usefully provide feedback on what they've told you, but it's totally inappropriate for the context, right? And I can explain why. Because the person is coming to you expressing uh, that they're in an emotional crisis called grief over a recent death of a loved one, and that uh, in no world can one consider approaching that event with TI scrutiny an appropriate expression of basic human empathy. Now, does this argument to agree with it require you to sort of axiomatically agree that empathy is good? Yes, but very few people disagree with that. Religious people are stupid because they are simplistic thinkers. So a smart guy shares some insight, and then those people understand it literally like heaven and hell. So please describe God. I mean, all right. I gave you the quick and dirty explanation of God stuff. So I self-identify as a Christian because I engage in the behavior of praying to God, Jesus, and the Holy Ghost mostly every day. Not every day, but But if you were to ask me, do I believe in God? I would answer the question, I pray to God, and that prayer is a behavior of faith, engaging with being outside of yourself that has purposed you for something and is fundamentally good. Now, might say, well, doesn't that behavior predicate on belief? I would say absolutely not. Exercising faith is practicing the assumption of something you can't establish as true. In other words, you could say belief is a practice, not a state of being. So accordingly, while I'm praying, I am believing in God. But if you were to ask me, does God exist? I would say I can either affirm or negate that statement. In either instance, I'm approaching the question wrong. Because faith definitionally is belief in the absence of evidence or the face of contrary evidence, any person who chooses to engage in the behavior of prayer should acknowledge that they are praying to something they cannot prove exists and don't clearly have an operational definition for, because they are engaging with the magical thinking frame appropriately, which is to say, non-argumentationally. In other words, magical thinking is validated not by its correctness, but by its utility to you. And there you have it. The correct position on God, Jesus, and whatever. Meow. So anybody who believes in God should agree that they cannot argumentationally defend that belief and don't want to try. The kind of stuff that you are affirming, like you are God, like the collective unconscious, Alan Watts, stuff like that, that's your practicing a behavior of faith. The same thing that I'm doing when I pray. Because you can't defend those positions because they're not the kind of positions that even purport to be argumentationally defensible. They just, they're just gestures at profundity. So if that creates in you a feeling of resonance with the divine that you want to call something else, then fine. But it's not something to affirm or negate, right? It's faith. Well, any position on the afterlife is ill-advised, because in order to have a position on the afterlife, like whether there is one, whether there's not one, we'd have to have some kind of access to data regarding a person's experience after they're dead, which is to say, after they definitionally, from our perspective, can't have experiences anymore. So there's kind of a contradictory premises thing going on there. But the contradictory premises emerge when you try to establish anything about the afterlife. Therefore, the correct position on it is, it's impossible for us to establish anything about after death because our experiential frame of reference is that the experience of identity ceases with death objectively. In other words, as data that everybody else can reference, the experience of identity ceases with death. That's how death is defined. So heaven, hell, oblivion, yeah, they all run into a firm barrier. We can't analyze death as anything other than the succession of experience, because we can only analyze death as objective data. We can't analyze or access the subjective, because death is experienced objectively as the end of the subjective. So talking about even like the expression after death is an oxymoron. It implies that there's an agency that persists after death, even though we define death as the cessation of experience. Cessation of experience. What do you think about solipsism? Well, what I think is that I'm going to Google solipsism. So you mean it philosophically as the viewer theory that the self is all that can be known to exist. I mean, I think that the answer to that is very easily explained with cognitive functions. We need to get rid of this assumption that many of us operate under, that knowledge is justified true belief. Knowing is a way of paying attention. So when we use our knowledge function, we either intuit or experience something that allows us to instantaneously arrive at an answer of some sort, or an event on the metaphysical internal or external field, or physical, I guess. That it's instantaneous. It doesn't require time for us to deliberate about it. So if I see my friend Dave at the supermarket across the way from behind, I go, Dave! I know it's Dave instantaneously. But when he turns around, turns out it's not Dave. I knew wrong. If instead I had known uncertainty, is that Dave? I might have walked around and looked at the front of them and determined that he wasn't Dave. That's kind of experiential testing as a form of deliberation, right? So to say that you only know that the self exists, it's really a statement that says, I can only establish argumentationally within certain parameters that I myself exist. I can't establish definitively that the rest of the world isn't an illusion. Well, that's fine, but that's not how you know things. That's not what knowing is. So right now, I know that the cat is over there because I see it standing over there. It even meows on cue. But might my knowledge be wrong? In this instance, no. Because the kind of knowing I'm doing is predicated on sensory data in the immediate present that I can have you verify for me. So, like, Let me test to see if I'm wrong that the cat is right there by asking you to tell me, do you see a cat? Where is the cat? Oh, I'm at the wrong door. Do you see a cat over there? If so, then my eyes aren't fooling me according to the only practical test I can utilize to determine if there is a cat over there, right? So, because I can validate it by showing it to you and getting you to agree that that is a cat over there, there's no chance I could be wrong in this instance. Again, you might say, well, it might all be an illusion. Well, fine, but that's why we have the ability to establish what test we ought to use given the kind of data that we're referencing. And in this case, it passes the test we ought to use. So nobody has a burden to meet a necessary but insufficient burden before attaining their argumentational ground. In other words, a negation to whatever I'm saying is never, before you can make your argument, Eric, you need to prove that people exist. So, a sort of universal appeal to agnosticism isn't functionally doing anything argumentationally. It's agreeing that there are limits to that which we can establish as definitively so, and yet we nevertheless advocate things, make position statements, make claims, defend them or don't, in terms of how we experience things and in terms of what all of our validation tests that we establish or the test to use for something can establish. The idea that, well, it might all be an illusion, etc., that's fine if you ignore the fact that what defines an illusion is experience. Whether or not the person experiences the reality of something, namely, if I experience a ball hitting me in the face, experience pain, experience bruising, experience maybe a broken nose or whatever, then it is not illusion. Even if a wizard were to snap their finger and say, aha, that was all just illusion, the reason it would be illusion at that point would be because the bruising, pain, etc. would suddenly disappear. And so I could say it's inconsistent with things that are real according to the test we use, which is to say, does it experientially play out in full in that instance? One of the criteria, but not the only one, that something must meet to qualify as real is, in other words, if you experience pain and bruising, that all other instances of pain and bruising, if indicated to you, will last days, and abruptly it all disappears in 1 second out of nowhere, then there was something unreal going on there. It didn't ascribe to the standard operating procedure of time passage in reality as we know it. It violated a fundamental law of experience, you might say. So hopefully that's very informative to everybody, because it's like I can tell when I'm talking about stuff whether what I'm saying is doing a good job of conveying accurately a paradigm that allows correct understanding that the majority of people are not operating under currently. And I think this is one of those instances. It's hard to say for me who vomits more trouble or appeal. And the reason it is because I would say 90% of the time I encounter the vomit without having encountered the vomiting. So even if I could articulate which one vomited more from my experience of the vomiting itself, it represents just a fraction of the total pool of instances of vomit and could very easily be misleading. I mean, and the response to time as an illusion is, I guess, a little different than the previous response regarding illusion and stuff, which is to say, um, time is a dimension of consciousness, right? All other dimensions that we have, say, up, have a corresponding other direction, down. But time only has two directions as expressed via consciousness and via sentient consciousness. So, in other words, the past only exists. We only have two directions in time, forward and back, as an expression of human consciousness. Like, in other words, our words can reference things that happened before. We have past tense when we communicate. But experientially, time only moves one direction, forward. So this makes it distinct from all other dimensions. I think it's fair to say that it's the dimension that's necessary for consciousness to persist as a singular identity across time. And if you don't think I persist as a singular identity across time, then make sure you're drawing a distinction between changes within an identity and changes of identity. So, Mary Had a Little Lamb is a song that has a single identity, but every time it's played by anybody or sung by anybody, it's played or sung a little bit differently. There are variations of the identity in its expression, but the identity, Mary Had a Little Lamb, never changes. It's just one thing. Human identity is the same way. I'm Eric. I've been Eric since birth. I'm still Eric today. And my personality refers to the parts of me that remain the same throughout my life. There's a video that I could access and put a link to here, which I may do in a second, of me when I'm 17 years old, being interviewed on the high school news. If you watch that video, you can see in no uncertain terms that I'm very much the same person now that I was then. The answer I gave then is maybe the same answer I would have given today if asked the same question. So the idea of personality theory is that it's trying to answer a couple of questions. Number one, why am I always Eric, whether I'm 17 or 52? Even though I've had tons of experiences that might or should alter me dramatically, there are qualities about me, ways I am, that are fundamentally the same guy. Why is that? And then the other question it wants to answer is, why are there other people who are so much like Eric, despite the fact that their experiences are wildly different than his in terms of their nurture formative stuff, right? Here it is. 17-year-old host Eric, Arcadia News, Apache High School, 1988, 1989. Mandami mi llamo. Your name is Mandami? Mary had a little lamb. The doctors were astounded. Everywhere that Mary went, gynecologists surrounded. I like that. Did you make that up? Regardless, that's the wrong link? No, it's not. Is that? Where do I put a link to then? Let me push share. Then I'll just copy the link. Copy. There. All right. I put the wrong link, huh? How about this one? Let's see what that link was. Oh, that's what I had on the clipboard before. I must have failed to push copy. I didn't push it hard enough. I didn't copy hard enough. That's what happened. One thing I think we should all agree with is that no matter what else you think um, about lambs, little or otherwise, we should all agree that lamb is gross to eat. Why should we all agree with that? Because lamb is gross to eat. Last night, boy, you just restated your climb, is what you should all say. Eric, you looked older at 17 than I do now. Congratulations to me. It's all the oil of Olay, obviously. Yeah, I come in at some point during that minute and a half long video. It's only like 90 seconds or something. But I left the beginning part to provide the context, you know. Is freedom of speech being eroded? Well, I can only talk about America, right? Obviously, humanity is dealing with something it's never dealt with before, which is to say, the full empowerment of each individual to express themselves as much as they want and however they want. So, what has ended up happening is that major platforms of self expression like YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, things like that, right? They've ultimately created and enforced a set of policies that successfully or less successfully manage the gray areas of protected speech. So, is it protected speech in the United States anyway to advocate like race supremacy or whatever? Yes, it's protected speech, but from whom is it protected? It's protected from the government. The government can't make that criminal, right? And nobody can file civil claim against you because you're racist. They can only do civil claim against you if you've defamed them in some way, right? It's not me defaming you if I say all Georgians are horrible and we should deport them all, and you're a Georgian. I have not defamed you. To defame you, I have to say, Mr. Stevens, the Georgian, Mr. Dave Stevens, the Georgian, is a horrible person. And he did these things that are bad, but he didn't actually do those things. That's defamation / libel or whatever you want to call it, you know? Slander, libel, defamation. You have to say factually untrue things about a person, a specific person, to be guilty of defamation. So, like, hate speech qualifies as protected speech. And it should, but it's also one of those gray areas like pornography, right? Yeah, it's protected, but most of us don't want to encounter it randomly in the world. And again, protection of speech is protection from government interference, not from like society enforcing its own norms on its own turf. So YouTube can enforce whatever rules it wants at YouTube. It doesn't comprise censorship in the clinical sense, although they are silencing certain voices. It's it's no more censorship exactly than, say, a television network electing to run certain shows and not electing to run others. It's true that those voices they're not electing to, they don't choose, don't have access to the platform, but they don't have a right to access the platform. There are platforms, I'm sure, that are kind of like no speech enforcement rules, right? No speech rules enforced. And probably the reason those platforms aren't as popular as some place like YouTube is because by and large, people don't want to engage with certain kinds of speech that are toxic. Certainly, people who engage in that kind of toxic speech will find communities of others who also like to engage in that kind of toxic speech. But if a platform is purporting to be and functionally being first and foremost a viewer experience, as YouTube is, in other words, the algorithm is designed for viewers, not for creators, as it should be. I want YouTube to suggest to me videos that I want to see, not videos that the creator wants me to see. Accordingly, YouTube has a vested interest in not accidentally putting before a viewer a video of animal torture, which would not be protected speech. You know, publishing evidence of your crime does not comprise protected speech, but you won't be punished probably for the speech. You'll be published for the crime. Anyway, YouTube's got a very vested interest in not, accidentally putting something horrible in front of a viewer who's watching cat videos. Sure, they're both about cats. So their algorithm needs to be able to distinguish between those things, right? And you don't know, by the title very much information. Both videos might be titled Cat Enjoys Himself. So obviously, YouTube wants to not just excise instances of horrible shit, but prevent individuals who produce instances of horrible shit from operating on their platform. So Conan says, religions encourage wasted lives. So Conan, can you demonstrate that operating procedure by explaining the way in which religion has caused me to waste my life? When one produces a general rule, the nice thing about general rules is that they apply to your specific instance, regardless, as long as your specific instance meets the criteria of that general rule. In this instance, the criteria is religious experience. The general rule is that it causes your life to go from more wasted to less wasted. So we should be able to apply it to me. What song should I try to play on acoustic guitar? Asks Tibbly Winks. You should try to play one of my songs. You should try to play Satchel of Helpful Goods. What are you meowing about, meowing pants? Why must you constantly meow? Is it because you dislike the sound of silence? So you're meowing once again, and your meows are full of sin. And you yell at me whenever you like to meow, even though you poo. And your meows cut through me like rusty knives. And now you're meowing once again, although your meows are surely sin. You're meowing at me whenever you meow. You meow at me as though I should know how to make you stop meowing at me all the time. Your meows all rhyme. It's the sound of meowing. You remember that song? It's by Simon and Garfunkel. Maybe of all people with the word funk in their name, Art Garfunkel is the least funky. What song should you play on the guitar, huh? Somebody here suggested Wonderful Kitty. I'll put the link to the set list Bobette list, which has the chords and lyrics for Wonderful Kitty. Then I'll demonstrate Wonderful Kitty, and then you, too, can try to play Wonderful Kitty. Because I think you, too, will agree Wonderful Kitty is a wonderful song. I'd be doing a disservice to the wonderful kitty for whom this was written if it were not a wonderful song as well. A wonderful kitty deserves a wonderful song. It's an old saying from a long time ago. Namely, about 15 seconds ago. Now, don't worry, I haven't forgotten about you or what we're doing. I just have to do a couple of things, okay? Just a couple of things. Here's the link to set list Bobette list. Piao and Piao and Piao and Piao. Wonderful, Wonderful Kitty is towards the bottom. It's on page 22. Okay, so if you want to follow along, go to page 22. If you want to play along with Eric or whatever, I'm going to demonstrate it once, slowly, so that you too can learn the ways and means of Wonderful, Wonderful Kitty. So it can be a bit of a challenging song to play because it's got a couple spots where it's got a few rapid chord changes, but the main part's not difficult to play. It's just got kind of an odd rhythm to it. Like that. Wonderful, wonderful kitty, having wonderful times, always cleaning yourself, making sure you got clean lines. Wonderful, wonderful kitty, such a fabulous soft friend. And now it's wonderful kitty petting time again. This is so out of tune. I will tune it now. It's been sitting in the car, so it went through a lot of temperature variation, which makes guitars go out of tune. There we go. Wonderful, wonderful kitty, having wonderful times. Always clean yourself, making sure you got clean lines. A wonderful, wonderful kitty, such a fabulous old friend. And now it's wonderful kitty. What am I? Wonderful kitty. Let's start alright. Don't know what I was hearing there, but it's fine. It's that, again, I heard it out of tune. I still must have played the chord wrong a little bit. Wonderful, wonderful kitty, having wonderful times. Always cleaning yourself, making sure you got clean lines. A wonderful, wonderful kitty, such a fabulous old friend. And now it's wonderful kitty petting time again. Just let me pet you, don't walk away. It's petting time, and wonderful, wonderful kitty, having wonderful times. Always clean yourself, making sure you got clean lines. But your wonderful kitty is a fabulousness I've never encountered before. And I know that I want to pet my kitty some more. Just let me pet you, don't walk away. It's petting time, hooray! You know what? I'm so glad somebody recommended that because I'm going to play that on Tuesday at the open mic. I was thinking, what should I play on Tuesday? I'm going to play 3 different songs. I'm going to play 3 original songs. I was thinking I wanted to play 100 Million Years Ago. I think Satchel of Helpful Goods. What's the third one? It's Wonderful, Wonderful Kitty. I might even... I think I'll open with Satchel of Helpful Goods, then do Wonderful, Wonderful Kitty, and then do 100 Million Years Ago. Because 100 Million Years Ago kind of asks the most from the audience, and they'll be most willing to give of themselves, like affording it open listen, if they are already pleased by the immediate likability of the songs before. And I think Essential Helpful Goods and Wonderful Wonderful Kids Kitty are both immediately likable songs. So here's Essential Helpful Goods. Every life lived reaches a time when the road splits in two. There are times, dark times, times of despair, times when it's hard to feel good. That's when I look for my sack full of solvency and that satchel of helpful goods. 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 Every life lived reaches a time when the road comes to an end. When I'm there, will there be anybody else around? Or will I travel all alone? I hope I don't do that on Tuesday. That's when I look for my sack full of solvency and that satchel filled up with bones. Yeah, that satchel, now nothing but home. Satchel of helpful goods. 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 For you. That for you is not really part of the song, but sometimes I put it there anyway. Okay, now the last song I'm going to play on Tuesday. Reverse the order of the first two, remember. Is HTMYO or HTMYA, HTMYA, I should say, 100,000 million years ago. It was 100,000 million years ago. Time ran slow. Nobody at the show. Place the slabs below. Let them go. They will start to grow. More years ensue. Tears gnashing through. Holy slabs come to view. Unchangingly true. Eternally new. But when the slope up is in charge today, options at large shows other ways. Take a chance now, one's quick to check, but don't get caught standing on deck. The slope presents a fork. It's not easy stopping short. Too far along to turn around. Perhaps the better course was headed ever north. Now there's a fitter force. Enemy ground, enemy ground. Was 100,000 million years ago. Time ran slow. Nobody yet to show. Place the slab below. Let them go. They will start to grow. More years ensue. Tears gnashing through. Holy slabs come to view. Unchangingly true. Eternally new. And when the slope appears in George today, often it large show other ways. Take a chance now, once quick to check, but don't get caught standing on deck. The slope presents a fork, it's not easy stopping short, too far along to turn around. Perhaps the better course was headed ever north, now there's a fitter force, enemy ground. Enemy ground. Well, I didn't play that great, but I'm gonna have to practice it some before I play to the other mic. It's not as practiced as some of my other songs. While I'm here, I guess I'll play a couple more little things. Not a ton. Then I'm gonna wrap it up. I got a doctor's appointment at 1:30. I'd like to have some time before that to maybe watch a cartoon or two. If anything good comes out today. This season of Crunchyroll, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, all four of them are lean days. I was also considering I could play this song. Like this song would fall under the category of Wonderful, Wonderful Kitty kind of songs, at least lyrically, right? It's almost like a kid's song. Oh, well, he's pucker tart, lemon squeeze, the friendliest guy that you will see. Yes, he wants to be your friend, but he comes from around the bend, and it will be a while till he sees you again. He's pucker tart, lemon squeeze, he's a friend to you and me. He's international delight's favorite go-to right-hand guy. He's international like him and also busy like his friend, the beaver bee. Busiest creature, busy as a bee, busy as a beaver, and so much busier than pucker tart lemon squeeze. Well, he's pucker tart lemon squeeze, shabba doo ba da ba ba doo da. Pucker tart lemon squeeze, shabba doo ba da. Yes, he's pucker tart lemon squeeze, shabba doo ba da ba ba doo da. Pucker tart lemon squeeze, shabba doo ba da. And if you go to visit him for starts, remember to bring something sour or tart. He's not a fan of sugary treats because he's pucker tart and not pucker sweet. Well, he's pucker tart, lemon squeeze, the friendliest guy that you will see. Yes, he wants to be your friend, but he comes from around the bend, and it will be a while till he sees you again. Pucker tart. I also considered this one as a possibility too. No good comes from skating on with them Bermuda mistaken for the one. Habituated defense and indecency, self-inflicted eventually once the search is done. Driving in the car last night, we had a massive fight. Each insisting we were right and the other one to blame. So when you pulled that stunt, I screamed something awfully blunt. My words were as wrong as they were dumb, and I've earned my share of shame. It's each of our own failings, not us doing the nailing to the wall. We fear so the others sailing off to reset their life and all. You can trust me and I can trust you, though neither trusts ourselves much true. The love lies deep between you and me, at least about that we can both agree. Driving in the car last night, we had a massive fight. Each insisting we were right and the other one to blame. So when you pulled that stunt, I screamed, "You're a worthless cunt." My words were as wrong as they were dumb, and I've earned my share of shame. My share of shame. What one? I say I played days ago. Uh-oh. That does sound kind of ominous, Rachel. Oh, that's what you said I'd play. Yeah, well, I'm waiting for Rachel to be ready to play it, you know? You don't get what? You're living on a time frame I will never know. Alienation into humanity's soul. Imagine you a future after the collapse, returning to the urgency of isolated past. Picturing community free of metaphysics, hunting buffalo while you're picking red delicious. Knowledge of the seasons, wisdoms of old. Fires blazing in the night to keep away the cold. Hostility is kept at bay by what you think is in the way of life as children of the land, with an agave weatherman. You're imagining a history that never could have been. You lectured at the college, advancement is a sin, lamenting disconnection in every corporate act, asserting all your feelings and ignoring all the facts. Hostility is kept at bay by what you think is in the way of life as children of the land, with an agave weatherman. You find modernity just so banal. Wish you had been born in time, but now, and your experience won't run afoul of exceptions that you allow. You visualize nobility sipping on some port, or tribes of peaceful savages with beautiful comport. But few of history's people ever vastly did cavort, 'cause life was nasty, solitary, brutish, poor, and short. Hostility is kept at bay by what you think is in the way of life as children of the land, with an agave weatherman. Hostility is kept at bay, hostility is kept at bay by what you think is in the way, what you think is in the way of life as children of the land, with an agave weatherman. With an agave weatherman. What is Eric wrong about? I was reading Cone Man's question. What is Eric wrong about? Yeah. Well, what is Eric wrong about? Yeah. He's wrong again. He's a wrong as sin. What is Eric wrong about? What is Eric wrong about? That's a tough question to answer, huh? Oh, he came here with her. And what's the big problem that you can't endure? You seem so sure it's not appropriate claiming to bring things on Scott. Despite getting caught, he's got you reframing for him, straining for him, going to the gym to make yourself good enough again. It's hard to play it this fast. I'm not used to it. Yeah, you guys both have lots invested. That's not a reason to stay around. Through the years, you've both been tested. Time to move up, find higher ground. Oh, he came here with her. And what's the big problem that you can't endure? You seem so sure it's not appropriate claiming to blame things on Scott. For him, going to the gym to make yourself good enough again. Be done with him. Well, that didn't go very well, but not everything does. Sometimes you play things better than other things, and sometimes you play them worse. Amelia, go from this place. Take unto you the details of your case. Amelia, when you rise up above, floating ahead and soaring like a dove, what will they say when they look at you then, moving sideways in the space you're in, and staring sidelong with your thirsty grin? Amelia, can't you see, you and I will never be. Amelia, yet you're still free, with too much opportunity to leave out in the rain. Amelia, Amelia, we're watching you fail for sure, no matter what we do. Amelia, when you rise up above, floating ahead and soaring like a dove, what will they say when they look at you then, moving sideways in the space you're in, moving sidelong with your thirsty grin? Amelia, can't you see? You and I will never be Amelia, yet you're still free. With too much opportunity to leave out in the too much opportunity to leave that in the too much opportunity to leave that in the rain, Amelia. Thank you. That was what I'd call okay. Not terrible, not good. It was just okay. All right. This last song is going to be my last one. I'm going to end the stream with this. Strange one to end with, but that's what I'm going to choose. This song goes out to all my atheist friends out there. If Jesus was people but absent of sin, if Jesus was people but absent of sin, he must then have struggled with regular men and women, of course, when they too were present. Disciples all airily, why in the lesson, so warily eyeing. If Jesus were people, they'd know as they think, and everyone's work would be true. And feelings once spoken would sit where they sink, and we'd all know just what to do. But people aren't Jesus once they're betrayed. Easy believing forever is lost. Maybe naivete is not to be said, but the wise pay terrible cost. The one you thought you knew acts like you never have met. The life you made for two has faded into regret. There's no one unshaken, we all have been shook, but being forsaken don't mean you're forsook. And though in the past we've been hung out to dry, we'll find them at last if we're willing to try. People aren't Jesus once they're betrayed. Easy believing forever is lost. Maybe naivete is not to be said, but the wise pay a terrible cost. Yeah, baby, naivete is not to be said, but the wise pay a terrible cost. That was well done.
It was well done.
I was pleased with my execution of that one. About as clean as I've ever played that song, really. It's a tough one for me to play. I got to have my upper register in effect. Well, that's it. Like I said, it was going to be actually, because coming up on 12:30, and it's important to note that at 1:30, I'm just double checking the calendar. 1:30, I've got a doctor's appointment, and then at 2:30, Rachel and I need to go down to this house down the street, and Mia. Are you talking about the family trip, huh?
Yeah, so you want to hear the email?
Yeah, let's hear it. Please.
Hi, Rachel. Everyone is going the week starting July 22nd. I reserved a place with Anthony yesterday on 95th Street on the Bay. Some of the family is thinking about staying close to that place that Uncle Paul bought, which is on 96th Street. between first and second. People are using real estate agents like Diller. You can take a look at their website and see what's available or possibly a motel in Stone Harbor. It's 6 or 7 months away, but it's really short notice for booking that kind of vacation. I really didn't think they were going to do it because the family usually decides early in the fall what date and then picks a place to rent while there's still some nice places available. It's a lot to coordinate with flights, car rentals, etc. I'm thinking a cruise would be so much easier, lol. But Stone Harbor is a family favorite.
So what bothers you about that?
I feel like she's trying to talk us out of it. Like, I thought that this was like going to be like one of the situations where like all the families were staying together in a house and that people would split it up, but we're like not really invited to do that.
Well, it's not so much that we're not invited, it's that the people who wanted to do that have already done that with other people.
Yeah.
I don't think she's trying to dissuade us or anything. I think she's just offering us her TESI experience in hopes that it'll be helpful. It is helpful in the sense that she's stressing if you're going to do this, you're going to book it now. And she's explaining it's not like it was when you were a kid. It's not everybody staying in one big house. We're split already into multiple locations. There are a couple of families staying together, but those arrangements have already been made.
Yeah.
But she's telling us, it's short notice, is that she's kind of surprised that you expressed that you wanted to go, and now she's feeling like she has to TE it,
God, it doesn't seem like help at all.
I mean, it feels helpful to me.
Well, it makes me not want to go. Like, now I don't want to.
Well, that's one of the ways in which it's helpful, right? It's like she's informing us, listen, Rachel, it's going to be way more of a pain in the ass than you think, and it's not going to be what your experience as a child was.
Yeah, which is unfortunate. Like, that's what the first email was about, to see, like, who, whatever. I don't know.
Well, I'm sorry. I don't mean to be, like, defending your mom or anything here. I'm just saying, it sounds like it's not what either of us were hoping it was going to be.
No, it's
So
not.
maybe we should not go.
Yeah.
And it's disappointing, but
It is.
it's useful information.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to wrap this up. And I want to thank you all for being here. From the bottom of my heart, which is right about here. Okay? That's where I'm thanking you from. It's a little above the solar plexus. And Rachel, I very much hope that you feel better about this in a bit, because I get it. It's disappointing,
I just feel like it was a courtesy invite instead of like hey, let's all do this together, because like they are, like, my cousin's staying with my other aunt.
It's true we were an afterthought, probably, right?
I think they didn't think that we were gonna say yes. Yeah. So yeah.
But the invite wasn't to join them all in one big house, was it? It was to go to Stone Harbor. Or what?
It was what they do is they like find out who says yes, and then they split a house between families.
Then why don't you talk to somebody other than your mom about it?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really want to go anymore. I don't really want to go anymore. It's kind of taking the steam out of it for me.
Yeah. One thing I think is fair and accurate description of Rachel is that she doesn't extend FI very easily. When she does, if there's anything that's going to be disappointing or whatever, she'll retract her FI immediately.
Yeah.
Or go to the other kind of FI.
Yeah. I mean, I still can. I might still call my Aunt Leslie and see, but my interest in it has definitely decreased, because like we wanted to stay with family. We didn't really want to get a hotel. So I'll talk to my Aunt Leslie about it, but I think we're going to say no, if that's okay.
Sure. And, it's like, don't be afraid to tell your Aunt Leslie that you kind of have your feelings hurt, that you thought you were being invited to be included in a large family thing, and that your mom's kind of trying to shuttle us off to our own spot. Makes you not want to go. Does your mom's email reflect the general spirit of things? Like, is it in fact the case that every opportunity to combine with another family to occupy a single spot is already filled? Is that actually the case, or if you want to have that honest conversation with your aunt, it's a little bit emotionally risky, but
Yeah.
it would probably be the most effective thing you could do.
Yeah. Thanks.
I'm not sure you were really asking for advice here, but I offered you some anyway.
No, I was looking for advice. I was going to bring it to the chat to see.
What does the chat think? I don't want to nix the stream before people have had a chance to chime in on this issue. I want people to respond not just to Rachel's question and / reading of the email, but also to what I said. I want anybody who disagrees with me or interprets things differently to please express that so that Rachel can get more than just my opinion on it.
Oh, is Trouble eating in here again?
Well, he's doing both.
So basically, like, my mom in a group email says everyone is going to be week starting July 27th, which I knew. I reserved a place with Anthony yesterday on 95th Street on the Bay, which, whatever. Some of the I'm so not into this at all anymore. Some family is thinking of staying close to the place that Uncle Paul bought, which is on 96th Street between 1st and 2nd. People are using real estate agents like Diller.
So who's the some family who's thinking about
Right?
that, right? That's why you need to talk to somebody else, because there are people who are still in the process of booking these things, and you might be able to hook up with them, or they might have explicitly told your mom they don't want us to be with them.
Yeah.
In which case, that's how it goes. But it's like, I can't tell. Your mom's anti-polar, so I can't read it intuitively as to whether or not it means meow or meow.
It sounds like she doesn't want to go either, by saying that she wants a cruise instead of Stone Harbor.
Shocking. Your mom wants what your mom wants, regardless of what anybody else.
Yeah.
Shocking.
Luminix says, I'd say some previous tenderness may be coloring Rachel's interpretation. It's not the most welcoming, but it does just sound like a lot of TE, not so much FE, so it makes sense. Yeah, it is a lot of TE. I honestly am trusting my gut. I don't think we're really invited. I do think that they invited us, thinking that we would do something like with my mom. And I do have to speak with my Aunt Leslie. It just, she's like, my mom is more discouraging. Like, she's like, it's 6 or 7 months away, but it's really short notice for booking that kind of vacation. I really didn't think that they were going to do it because family usually decides early in the fall what date and then picks a place to rent while there's still some nice places available. It's a lot to coordinate with flights and rentals, etc. So she's like kind of talking us out of it. The thing is, I don't think I have much time to make a decision on it. I do have to talk to my Aunt Leslie. It doesn't make me feel like excited anymore. I really thought it was going to be one of those things where my aunts who are getting a place, not really my mom, because I knew my mom wasn't going to want to stay with me and Eric because we smoke weed. But I thought that it was going to be okay, I thought my aunts were going to say, my aunts and uncles were going to say, we're going to stay here, and whoever is available, we'll make space for, because that's what they usually do. They usually they usually rent two places, and there's usually 2 or 3 families staying at those places. So it could be just like very difficult to have to find a place, but I'm just like very much not interested in going anymore because um, it is going to be a hassle with like car rentals and stuff, and we were willing to do it if we had a place to stay. But if we're going to be like staying by ourselves, it's just not as appealing. We're booking a vacation rental.
Maybe.
Yeah, yeah. So that's it. That's all I had to.
Okay, cool. Well, thank you all for chiming in if you did. I'm gonna ask the following question, then answer it, then ask a second question to leave you with something to think about. Is the sentence "be good for goodness sakes" tautological? The answer is no. The question is why. Thank you all for having us in your homes and or cars or office buildings today. We'll see you later.